highlands. I've walked these paths carved in stone. The snow reminds me all that I've been, and whispers this path before is mine alone. I will do what must be done in the face of fear. I will overcome with each step. Protect my home for a brand new day. Hold it strong. I will do what must be done. Frozen skies where mountains rise and we begin the climb. The future calls to break down walls and keep the flame alive. No turning back. We're standing tall, but strength and courage ask so much. I will do what must be done in the face of fear. I will overcome with each step. Protect my home for a brand new day. Hold it strong. I will do what must be done. What must be in the stillness of a new dawn, I find the strength to carry on.
Testing, mic check. Cinnamon buns, cinnamon buns, cinnamon buns. Hello, friendos. My name is Nez, and we are once again back at it again for some more Arknights, because today we're gonna be finishing our story reading, retracing our steps. How many times? How many times do we have to teach the Victorian nobility about the same lesson? How many times do we need to kick them out of Kierag? I swear, dog. If we hadn't learned that Castor and Silver Ash were distant relatives of the same clan, I swear, dog. Maybe we would have taken those battleships and brought them on the doorstep of the Dukes. Surely the Sarkaz conflict has weakened the Dukes enough that they would second think just doing a little imperialism amidst a looming energy crisis that is about to hit Terra. I still think that Priestess's whole plan of, I don't know, converting the Originium veins on Terra into Oka is kinda leading this conflict in Kierag behind the scenes. There's something fishy going on. Okay, I guess we're just going straight into the recap. Ratatos, apparently dead, just to bait out the Victorians into somewhere they could ambush them. Great, Clan Browntail has lost its matriarch. At least we replaced her with her sister, surely. They never found the body, though. They never found Ratatos's body. So I still don't think that she's dead. They only found her coat. Floating in the wind. Aside from that, the Victorians. They're very suspicious of whatever Silver Ash has been hiding inside his joint Kazimeshan Originium mines. I feel like it would just be redundant if Silver Ash was just hiding the battleships and the military might that he was building to protect Kierag's sovereignty in those mines, because we've already known about that since the last Kierag event. There's gotta be something else he's hiding in the mines. Surely, right? What did he discover there? Then there's a whole issue of where has Kiera gone? Why does she seem to have abandoned Kierag? Also, the UFO that pierced the star pod and crashed into the mountains, apparently causing a catastrophe. There's that. Prominix squad is heading straight for the UFO. What will they find? Hopefully it's not the presence. The presence freaks me out. Shit. The researcher, who's still with Monch, I don't know what they're up to. She's a spy for Victorian Dukes, Caster specifically. What did they discover? Monch is also apparently injured from the catastrophe. And then there's just the Victorians. It's always the Victorians. We haven't seen Harold at all. They showed Harold for one scene near the start of the event, and we haven't seen his ass at all. What has he been doing? Has he just chilling out in the restaurant of that one Victorian soldier that married a Kierag woman? They also haven't been seen in a while now. And also, this entire event has been a whole... What if tradition brushed up against rapid industrialization? That's the whole theme of this entire event. Can old traditions and faiths coexist alongside rapidly progressing society? That's mostly the thing with the Kieragan fate. And also, Divine Bead Court. They're also plotting to overthrow Silver Ash. No biggie, dog. Just fuck it. Everyone go after Silver Ash, as usual. His ass is at the center of everything if it wasn't Priestess. Still though, Vine Bead Court, old man, what's his face? A lot of complex politics going on in this event so far. So far, I am enjoying it. This is a very well-written event. It feels like we don't even have space stuff going on, but the writing is honestly on par with something like Lone Trail or Fable. I think it's that good. But anyway, special nah. Still haven't leveled up my Radiant. Okay, let's get back into the thick of things. Where did we stop? We stopped at 6, so we are going all the way to the end. I will take a sip of my soda before we begin. Okay. OS-7. Incense and Shadows. A secret in a haze, a stick of incense burned down to ash. A rumbling roar, 2 lovers, 3 children. Okay, who's Adso again? It's Elder Adso, right?
You finally come. NCO this.
What can a bunch of old geezers do to Silver Ash and his Chagata? His secret army of the Chagata!
Naturally, I would not dare refuse an invitation from Divine Bead Court. Great Elder Adso. If I remember correctly, it shouldn't take very long to get from the Silver Ash domain to the Divine Bead Court. To be summoned to Divine Bead Court is a matter of great importance. As I stand accused of improper dealings with Victoria, I had to make ample preparations to prove my innocence. Without further ado, Sir Enceodis, please come inside so that we may discuss this further. One moment, please.
Speak of the devil, here comes the Black Knight herself along with the Chagata! A large convoy of vehicles pulls up to the center of the Divine Bead Court.
Silver Ash, what is the meaning of this? Are you not investigating the ties between Garland Trade and Victoria? I had someone compile all the documents related to the last decade of business dealings between Garland Trade and Victoria. It is quite the voluminous collection, so much that we had to fill several trucks. Great Elder Adso, if it interests you, please take your time to read through it. Good. Very good. Unload everything, then tell your people to leave. I'm afraid I can't do that. What is the meaning of this, Enceodis?
It is true that as of late, Kerag has had to weather great turmoil. Undoubtedly, Victoria has been at the heart of many of these incidents. Indeed, our troops have discovered evidence of contact between the Divine Bead Court and Victorian spies.
Empty accusations, without proof. What right do you have to investigate the Divine Bead Court?
Una Reverse? You thought he was the co-conspirator?
Investigate? I would never dream of such a thing. However, the Divine Bead Court has accused me of colluding with Victoria, and so here I am. By my command, nobody is to leave the Divine Bead Court today until Great Elder Adso and I reach a conclusion.
Yes, sir!
Now then, Great Elder Adso.
He got you there. I mean, what? How do the Divine Bead Court even plan to try to wrestle away power from Silver Ash, even if they did find him guilty?
You've never talked like this before. I've hardly ever seen you on my past visits to Divine Bead Court, let alone spoken with you. I've heard from many clerics that you spent years in seclusion, studying the scriptures of the halls of writings, and never concerning yourself with temporal affairs. It seems you've also come to handle the affairs of Divine Bead Court with ease. The only thing I've done over the years is ensure that Kierag follows the path that she ordained.
Have you ever actually talked to Kiera?
Moreover, we stand at a critical juncture concerning our survival. Should the Divine Bead Court stand by and watch you drag Kierag
Words are hard.
into the abyss, allowing Kazimesh, Victoria, or any other foreign power to devour us?
Brother, he's been fighting foreign powers for 2 past events!
You are not the king of Kierag, Sir Enceodis. Thank you for your admonition, Great Elder. If Kierag were to have a king, it would only be her. If there are diplomatic errors the Divine Bead Court wishes to correct, then Carland Trade will do our best to cooperate. However, there's one question that puzzles me, for which I seek your guidance. How exactly is Divine Bead Court negotiating with Victoria? Is it using all of Kerag as a bargaining chip? Elder! We just took a look around. Silver Ash's troops have already blocked the way down the mountain. We'll go check the back door and... The secret passage? I wouldn't bother with that unless you're keen on searching for Chagata. Ah! Don't be alarmed. By Karagander, I have no intention of attacking Divine Bead Court. Tell everyone outside to rest where they are. No one is to move without my order.
What's a bunch of monks gonna do?
Ensiodes, you accuse Divine Bead Court of betraying Kerag to Victoria. Where is the evidence for your claim? Please be patient, Great Elder. It will take some time for the evidence to be delivered here. In other words, you came empty-handed, yet still chose to resort to violence against us. You should know what the price is for doing this, head of Clan Silver Ash. Look down at the people beneath the mountain. Your elite troops might be able to block off the Divine Bead Court, but you cannot fight all of Kerag. I am willing to give you time, but if you cannot produce conclusive evidence before sundown, I'm afraid the reputation of Carland Trade, and even that of the entire Silver Ash name, will be in tatters. You will become untouchables throughout the land of Kerag. Indeed, I am of course well aware of the consequences of my actions. What I do not know is, however, is what it would mean for Kerag if Divine Bead Court is found to be colluding with an enemy that assassinated leaders from the 3 clans and was caught in the act of espionage. I will be with you to witness that moment, Elder.
Did this motherfucker also contribute to Ratatos's quote-unquote death?
I know exactly what you're waiting for. But time is not on your side, Sir Ensiodes.
I feel like the evidence that Silver Ash is delivering is gonna be Ratatos. What else could it be? She was the one that had the closest connections with the Victorians. She was the one doing a double cross. And to cut off their trail of her, they had to make her disappear during that last ambush. So they don't know that there was evidence to begin with. A person. It's Ratatos. Surely, right? Can't be anything else. Pramonix is all the way on the other side of the mountain range, going to where the UFO landed.
Let us in! We were invited by the Divine Bead Court to participate in the blessing ceremony, and Silver Ash's goons have no right to stop us.
Throughout her illustrious career, the Black Knight was unshakable, even by her most fearsome opponents. But now, looking down at the teeming crowds crammed onto the narrow mountain road, she feels utterly helpless for the first time. Degenbrecker would not hurt innocents.
Why haven't we seen a single cleric here? What is Silver Ash trying to pull? Please calm down, everyone. Divine Bead Court has encountered some extenuating circumstances, and Sir Ensiodes is assisting with the investigation. We came here on an invitation, and you're telling us that there are extenuating circumstances now that we're here? Cut the crap!
I don't think you should try that, good sir. Man squeezes through the crowd, but as soon as he takes a step forward, he is met with Degenbrecker's cold glare and has no choice but to retreat, muttering under his breath, "That should have been me."
Sir Ensiodes will issue an explanation to the public after things have settled down. Please, I ask you all to return home for now. Ma'am, be careful. I'm fine, Dagenbrecker. I can stand on my own. We all trust you. We know that you're a daughter of Kerag and would never bring us harm. So, can you tell this old woman exactly what is happening with the Vinebead Court? What do you know about this whole thing?
It's kind of heartwarming that the Kerag people have fully adopted Dagenbrecker. She's no longer Kazimesh. She's a Kerag. Keragian? Keragian? A vehicle winds its way along the mountain road. Outside the window, dense dark clouds are gathering and mingling. Oh, that's right. A second catastrophe is brewing. The window rolls down and a few snowflakes laced with unidentified impurities slide into the car before disappearing without a trace. Well, that's bad. We're gonna have a massive infection event if you can't stop it.
The signal's a little better now. According to our informant, Victoria and the people of the Vinebead Court have left the mining site and have not made any further moves. But given the weather, we can expect heavy snow. It'll take a lot longer to get back to HQ than expected. Compared to that, this hiccup can hardly be considered beyond our expectations. Are you referring to those Victorians from earlier? They got the intel they wanted, but so did we. I mean the Vinebead Court. Vinebead Court, huh? The fact that they'd show up here instead of calming the populace is rather strange indeed. It's evident that they were completely unprepared for the situation, and their deliberate attempts to hide their schemes are easily seen through. If some of them are willing to play cover-up for the Victorians, then it's only a matter of time until the mask comes off. It's nearly time. Turn back to the mining site. Are you trying to? The exit ways there are now open, making it a good place to leave the country. As you just heard, Ensiodes has already surrounded the Vinebead Court with his men. He has deliberately made a big show of things to alert the enemy. Those hiding in Kerag will definitely be itching to seize the moment. Our undercover agent friend we've been tracking seems to have a particular fondness for this kind of stuff, and should be arriving in this vicinity soon.
Wait. They have an insider? With the Victorians? No, it can't be. Hold. Wait. Is it who I think it is? We've been wondering where they've been this entire event. Are you telling me Harold is our insider among the Victorians?
Moreover, I suspect she's not the only one either.
Oh, she. But also, two people. So, what? Ratatos and Harold?
Instead of looking for her, we should just let her come to us. Gather everyone together and keep a close eye on the entrance to the mining site. Pay extra attention to the people who helped her escape.
Oh shit, that's basically a confirmation, right? Harold rescued Ratatos from the explosion. That's basically a confirmation.
While you were on your way, the clergy throughout the city were already inviting people to come up to the mountain for the ceremony. I wonder how long Dagenbrecker can hold them back. Did the Vinebead Court stoop to these desperate measures, knowing I would not point my weapons at the people? It's true that I'm using them, just as you did to Arknights and Ratatos during the Holy Hunt a few years ago. Perhaps I overestimated you, Sir Ensiodes. Even if you're hungry for power, it should be less obvious about it. Before you commit a grave error, I am willing to announce to the public that you've come to the Vinebead Court to capture the Victorian assassin. If you truly thought highly of me in any capacity, you would not think that I am only seeking power. All I care about is the future of the land of Karak. So, a violent coup is the best path forward. Yes. Because our Victorian friend sits in a position that cannot be reached, except through violence. What you say is true, Sir Ensiodes. The unarmed Vinebead Court, driven to despair by the descendants of Victorians and their acolytes, helpless to defend themselves even when thieves cry thief in front of them. Behavior determines identity better than blood. It is a fact that since the attack on Encia, people from the Vinebead Court have been falling over themselves to back Victoria. If you are so confident, you know what I'm waiting for. The cleric and the Victorian spy caught red-handed together. Be it for the general public or the three clans, the rest speaks for itself. I know no more about the conduct of these clerics than you do. Even if the Duke of Castor were to come here herself, she would only tell you that I firmly rejected her offer. That is nothing more than an excuse. A failure to control your subordinates means you're equally responsible for them. That same applies to Carlin trade. What you suggest is the clergy of the Vinebead Court indulge in pleasure in colluded foreigners, while I remain oblivious and allow them to sell out Kierag. You and Victoria share many of the same delusions. In reality, the Vinebead Court has only ever wanted to use this as a pretext to expel Victoria and their true ally, Ensiodes Silver Ash.
Brother, he is dead set on Silver Ash. This is the peak of religious zealotry that we have to address moving forward if we're gonna take down the Vinebead Court, if Kierag can move forward past where it is now.
However, the reality is that they ended up aligning with Victorian practice. All the clergy who have associated with Victoria have sworn an oath of death after you are expelled. Their bones will nourish Kierag's future, and they will leave no regrets behind. So what you propose is that Kierag should purge itself, down to those who hunt Victorian spies to this day, those who the Duke of Castor considers enemies.
This old fuck doesn't realize that Duke of Castor also considers the Vinebead Court to be an obstacle in the way of them colonizing Kierag or Originium.
And that is the only way to defeat Victoria.
In the back of my mind, there's always been a what the fuck has Alexandrina been doing? Is she that busy trying to keep Londinium together that the Dukes are just that the Dukes have free reign to restart lit imperialism on neighboring countries? Oh, we're back with Carolyn. There's nobody around. A sudden gust of wind suddenly howls through the unfamiliar courtyard. Also, what about the Terrans, dog? Like, what has Iblana been doing? Bro, that fraud. She was like, let's fight for Terran liberation. Meanwhile, we're gonna turn a blind eye to whatever the Dukes are planning post Terran Sarkaz conflict. We're just gonna chill out in Rhodes Island. The fuck has she been up to? Carolyn continues to stir around her piping hot cup of savory milk tea, the spoon continuing to clink against the cup. She shudders in anticipation, either due to the drink or her impending evacuation. She stares at the swirling tea and strokes the cup, completely ignorant to the fact that the cup is engraved with Kerag's mountain ridges. Her thoughts are interrupted by a knock on the door. Who is it? Stay back!
Sorry to keep you waiting, young lady of Victoria.
It's you.
Pardon my intrusion, but due to the situation changing, you will be transferred to a new destination ahead of schedule.
What? What happened?
I only know the gist of the Vinebead Court's decision.
A gist isn't good enough. We need to have a concrete plan of action or else...
I will take full responsibility for the operation until you have safely left Kerag's borders. All you need to do is follow the instructions, ask for how to leave and who will help you. Don't overly concern yourselves about such things. Keragander witnesses all, and she shall walk with us.
Stop trying to fool me with your vague and nondescript dogma.
By Keragander.
In other words, I've become your responsibility now, right?
I am but a follower of her will.
Fine. You have your beliefs, and I have mine. But since we'll be working together, let me remind you that if this operation fails, your side will also be exposed.
That's right.
Does that not worry you at all? The cleric simply smiles gently and takes a garment out from his bag.
No, young lady. All I need is faith. You can also place your faith in us. As long as we are of one heart, we can overcome our fear.
Clerics of the Vinebead Court. I don't think we need to discuss this any further. Instead, let's focus on something useful, like when we leave.
My apologies, young lady. This is the cleric's robe that I sewed myself. Please put it on for now. This journey will take you past many people and countless eyes. If you encounter someone who comes up to you seeking prayer or answers, do not try to please them. Stay silent and avoid them. I will walk with you, no matter what dangers we may face.
Color me curious. Why do people pray to your god for protection even after a catastrophe?
Just in case. Believe me, young lady, you know too little about Kerag. Now please put back your belongings. I will wait for you outside.
The door opens, and a dry cold wind rushes in, lashing at the cleric's neck and face. And an old dagger slips from his bag, and he nonchalantly bends down to pick it up. He knows exactly what this amulet forged for him by his father who has returned to Keragander will ultimately be used for.
By Keragander. May this devout body be blessed, and may it spread your holy will.
What is the Vinebead Court doing? Why do they... They're the ones? How do they... Okay, so... Last time we saw Carolyn meet up with the Vinebead Court liaison, which is this guy. But what do the court get from her, and what does she get from the court? Hello, who's a trick? You love our story readings? You're a bit behind on the story, you just started playing Arknights a few days ago, you're trying to speedrun the story before it runs out? Thank you very much for enjoying our story readings. I too enjoy this story very much. It is honestly, I think it's one of the best written stories of any live service that is going on right now. Like, it's so underrated how much of a great story and world that Arknights has that not a lot of mainstream gamers know of. I sincerely think that it's like the One Piece of visual novels. The world is so vast, so big, the history of the world building so deep that it's astounding how much depth there is to this world.
They brought excellent seeds to Kerag as well as machinery. The Vine Bead Court has never denied these contributions. To be frank, I've never seen anyone so complicated in my already withering life. Hero. This does nothing to dispel my doubts. Compared to these acts, the Vine Bead Court seems to only recognize friend and foe based on where they come from. Then allow me to ask you a question first, Sir N.C. Otis. In your heart of hearts, what exactly is Kerag? I've already answered this through my actions. Victorian-style buildings, Victorian-style weapons, Victorian-mandated laws. Is this your answer? Unless we choose to seclude ourselves deeper within the mountains, shunning both external disturbances and any further advancement. Otherwise, you might even be able to see things from Laterano and Lythanian one day. Until one day, the people of Kerag believe in nothing but Originium and money, unless faith itself can be sold. Once the shell of Keragander is ripped open, the people shall no longer hold any reverence for eternity. They will only chase after their own values and desires.
Brother, I think you have too little trust in the faith of the Karagandan people. It's a good story so far. You got inspired to try Arknights from Anfield. It's a lot more intense and gritty with the character designs, conflict, and world building. Yeah. It's also a reason why many OG Arknights players are kind of disappointed with Enfield's writing so far. But it's a different way of storytelling compared to a visual novel format where your only limitations are words and 2D images on a screen, rather than fully animated cutscenes with voice acting and the like.
They will hate the strong because in this new theater, the more one abandons his morality, the stronger he becomes. They will hate the weak because the weak will come to occupy the crevices of pity and charity. Nihilism will become the most popular ideology. The people's hearts will become empty and detached, and they will take pride in this emptiness. Your ideals are slaughtering the people of Kerag, turning Victoria's present into our future. The Karagander and the Vinebead Court worships, that the Vinebead Court worships is far more fragile than the one I worship.
Oh, did he just say that his faith is stronger than the old man's faith? Not just faith in Karagander, faith in the Kerag people's religion, in that maybe old traditional faith in Kera can coexist with rapid industrialization. You don't have to sacrifice your cultures just to move forward into the future.
If all it takes to overthrow our sacred beliefs are a few foreign tools, then how has Mount Carlin stood to this day?
Ooh, bars. Basically what I said, but shorter.
How could it be that foreign tools can cover our mountain and rivers, yet foreign ideas can never be touched? If this is what you believe, then you must also admit that what can conquer the body can conquer the soul. Born into a dark and hopeless era, you must race faster than the clouds to avoid being swallowed by darkness. Faith should not drive people to become accustomed to the darkness, but rather unwaveringly affirm the yearning for light.
Ooh, bars!
Yet the more pious one is, the more destitute he becomes. In due time he will see piety as a noose, and begin to hate the history of faith itself. Which is why those who adhered to the teachings of Karagander were ridiculed as pedantic and ignorant. Without turning on the tap, There is no clean drinking water. Without applying chemical fertilizers, there is no fertile farmland. You leveled the mountains and forests to build your factories, then sent the displaced back to the ruins of their homes to either sell their labor or die. The lives you've improved for some are fed by happiness you've stolen from others.
Okay, he has a point there. Okay, he clocked Silver Ash on that one.
Oh, eloquent Grandmaster, I ask you, how should we deal with the stragglers left in your wake?
Social safety nets?
You're right. It is a heavy responsibility that I must accept. However, the Vinebead Court only fantasizes about incremental change, while continuing to regard nothing as a virtue, doing nothing as a virtue.
Oh, shit! Oh!
Such people have no right to judge me.
Oh! Okay, they're just firing bars back at each other. The Vinebead Court... Oh! They're doing nothing to help progress Kierag. They're not helping the stragglers either.
I have never sought to block Kierag's progress. My only responsibility is to pull the reins on self-important tourists before things spiral out of control.
You calling Silver Ash a tourist? How much do you know about his bloodline? Do you know that he's Victorian blood? How pure is your Kierag blood actually? Hold up. Thinking emoji? We learned last time that 2 of the 3 major clans on Kierag were actually from foreign nations. The Ursus, Arknights' family, the Silver Ashes, which came from the Caster family bloodline from Victoria, and we don't know where the Browntails came from. We're assuming that they're also like of foreign blood. So what? You're gonna get rid of these 3 families? Brother! They immigrated here. You're like,
These are tourists. They don't deserve to lead Kierag. They're leading us astray.
these tourists have been here for thousands of years. They planted their flags here. As long as maybe your ancestors have been here, they're Kierag, bro. They're as much Kierag as you are.
The way to format the Keragander, the way to punctuate prayer passages, which hand to raise during rituals, are debates that could last for centuries. Elder of Clan Browntail, you have both the talent and the platform, and yet you only yearn for the solace of the other shore.
Oh, shit! That explains a lot. He's Clan Browntail! Is that why? Oh. This was... Okay, maybe the Browntails weren't foreign to Kierag. Maybe they were the only native of the 3 clans. And that's why they don't like Silver Ash and... Oh. I see. It makes total sense now. The Clan Browntails. I assume they were natives.
Yet when you hide away in the Hall of Writings and philosophize from your armchair, do you know anything about where Kierag is actually headed? What I know is that Kierag would never let an apostate take the helm, and I have never been one to philosophize from my armchair.
Philosophize? That's the word.
You are not the first apostate I've dealt with. What memories come to mind when you hear the names Olafur and Elizabeth Silverash?
No! Are you? Is he implying that he killed Silver Ash's parents?
What?
What? That's crazy. The reveals in that dialogue was crazy. Okay, the elder clan Browntail has held a long grudge against the other two clans. A blood grudge, if you will. Meanwhile, back in the mines, this bloody weather again. Damn it. Why is there a traffic jam in a place like this? Fuck. I need to channel my British accent again. I don't quite have it down off the cuff. I have to pull up BBC to get a hold of it. Hey, you in the back. The road's about to get real bumpy. If you want to be able to stand after getting out of the truck, I'd recommend taking a nap now and conserving your energy. I made him sound way too friendly. Inside the rear compartment, the lights flickers as the truck sways. The passengers trying to escape sit upright on their haystacks, eyes tightly shut. Ah, shite. What's that thing in front of me? Ugh. An oil slick spills across the middle of the road, and in front of the stopped truck is a line of fully armed men. The Chagata? The engine emits a strained noise, and the windows are splattered with paint. Inside the driver's seat, the Victorian tightly grips the steering wheel. Still before.
I've never tried to hide where I come from, even though it's something the others have long forgotten. Puka Browntail, Ratatos and Sirius's grandfather, my cousin. In order to achieve the same goal, we accepted different fates to safeguard Kerag's order to the Tri-Clan Council and the Vine Bead Court. Though known for his ruthlessness, he still harbored fantasies about the Silver Ashes until the very end. He said, a peaceful resolution is never impossible, as long as the couple are willing to make concessions. But I have never lived in fantasy. That train accident. Is that what you believe? Or did Ratatos make you believe it? How many clergymen and devotees do you think are out there among the commoners? If the masses wish for Karagander to punish the apostates, then I, serving the Vinebead Court, shall deliver on those wishes. Sir Ensiodes, the man who killed your parents is right in front of you. Those who commit murder will be punished twice by Karagander. This crippled body has lost any meaning for me long ago. I grant you permission to dispose of me as you wish, for reasons private or public. Not for treason, not for murder. Arrest me here and put me on trial. Let the people of Kerag see just how sinful it is to kill an apostate.
You're baiting him? He's rage baiting him. He's like, I killed your parents. Try to kill me. It'll show everyone in Kerag that you're a psycho who's trying to overthrow the system and rule over Kerag. Just try it, bro. The old man wobbles to his feet, his withered fingers clenching into fists as if using all his strength. Suddenly, he stretches his arms out before Ensiodes. Like a sinner waiting to have his confession heard, his cloudy eyes shine with a glimmer of light, as if seeking to quench decades of old grudges with another's anger. Ensiodes slowly closes his eyes, his fingertips wrapping tightly around his cane.
If you're trying to provoke me into acting out of line, I'm afraid your efforts are in vain. I won't lay a finger on you here. All I can do is ensure you receive a fair trial.
He's not taking the bait. That's not how Silver Ash rolls. Either way, I don't... Has it changed the dynamic between these two? Because It was the Vine Bead Court and Elder Adso that commanded the assassination of Prominix. Yeah, okay, you killed his parents. You also tried to kill Prominix. You also tried to kill Silver Ash, and inadvertently got Cliffheart injured. Distant voice.
Hurry it back up! You in the back! Keep up! Our intel indicates that the target should be around here. Search carefully, and leave no stone unturned.
I don't know who this is. Are these the Victorians or... what? Vinebead? Launch! After that woman left the room, an unknown amount of time passed, to the point that time itself seemed alien to Monch. Okay, so Carolyn went along with the elder that picked her up. Monch is still kinda injured. She got left behind. Only the stinging pain of the ropes tightly binding her reminds her that she has not yet lost consciousness. Finally, a hopeful sound comes from beyond the door, and Monch musters what might she has left to shout out. I'm over here. But try as she might, her parched throat can hardly produce a sound. They're not gonna kill Monch, right? No, they can't. What? They're not gonna kill Monch here. They're not gonna kick her out of NPC jail just to throw her 6 feet under? She's gonna become a playable operator, right? They're not gonna kill her. She laboriously crawls towards the door. It opens. It's Ceres! Oh, she's safe. Monch! Okay, we're all good. Nothing to worry about. They found her. Madame? Why are you here? We've been searching for you ever since the catastrophe. That damned Silver Ash, pretentious bastard, thought they actually had some useful intel, but in the end I still ended up having to do all the legwork myself to find you. How are you doing? You hurt anywhere? Wait, your leg? I'm fine. Madame, listen to me. The researcher I'm tracking, she's from Victoria, but more important, she's got ties to Colombia. I mean, isn't it the other way around? She's a Rhine Lab researcher. Yeah, she has ties to Colombia. It's a Colombian company. But she's a spy for the Duke. What they're really after is... Kara? Monch! Monch! Meanwhile, back at the mines, what the hell are they hiding in here? It can't just be the battleships and military might that Silver Ash has been building up. That's the cover that at least the Victorians know of. There's gotta be something deeper that they're hiding in these mines. Along the narrow path, the convoy slowly plods onwards. After the incident's sudden outbreak, no shortage of people left their cars to observe the conflict's epicenter.
Turn off the engine. Get out.
What do you think you're doing?
What the hell are you people? I'm an industrial investigator dispatched from Victoria. This is illegal obstruction of official business. You've damaged our property, endangering Victorian lives, and even caused an accident. Mark my words, the Vinebead Court will hear about this. Never should have come to this bloody shithole.
Wow. Casual racism.
Are you done? Did you get all the pictures? Yes, sir. This is no time for you to try to twist the narrative, Victorian. Just cooperate. Open up the rear compartment. Unwilling to cooperate? Fine by me. You're more than welcome to conserve your energy to fend off for yourselves before the court. If you're cold, I can offer you a blanket.
Matterhorn waves his hand and the guard pries open the rear compartment without a word. Seated upright upon a haystack, there is an old cleric. Who? Which cleric is this? The one that picked up Carolyn? He brushes the dust off his body and walks out. It is an emotionless affair, hardly amounting to courage. The old cleric gazes upon the blinding brightness before him and recollects the scenes from before. Some 10 minutes ago. Okay, it is. Why'd the truck stop? Have we arrived? Carolyn lowers her voice. Did something happen?
Stay calm, young lady.
Did they find us? What are they trying to smuggle out? Carolyn discovered something, researching the incoming catastrophe, and now they want to smuggle it out to take it to the Dukes, to take it to Castor.
I didn't expect to find you here, cleric of Divine Bead Court. Let's continue this conversation elsewhere. This place is less than ideal. You are hasty as always, young master of Clan Edelweiss Homotron 3000. Honorable friends of Clan Silverash, I apologize for disturbing your work during this inclement weather.
They're smuggling your Arundum? No, my pulls.
I'm more than glad to go along with your arrangements. Looks like the one we're after isn't here.
She snuck away during the inspection.
I do believe this is where we part ways, young lady from Victoria.
Are you getting off?
No, I'll stay here. Just keep walking forward and don't look back. The entrance isn't far off. Silverash's people will surely notice this truck. Get out of here before they find you. By Karagander, trust me.
The old cleric helps Carolyn up. I'll do as you said, but you'll also be exposed.
That too is Karagander's will. What I cannot change, I shall therefore accept. I ask only for her forgiveness.
Yeah, Elder Adso said that the ones helping out the Victorians would off themselves at the end of this. I can't say I understand what your beliefs are, but maybe someday I will. I respect your beliefs, so I will try to find a way to live in peace. Best of luck to you, sir. Carolyn gets out of the truck and runs without stopping, in a direction leading far, far from Kerag. Shedding her stained cleric's robes, she shivers from the cold. Alone, she walks through the vast, pale mountainscape, until in the distance, a dark tunnel entrance beckons to her. Interesting. Is she entering the mines, or is this a back door that Victoria set up? Through the telescope's lens, Gnosis sees a mysterious scientist step into the shadows.
Arrest these two and have them sent straight to the Divine Bead Court.
At least Gnosis is on her trail. May we finally see what they're hiding in the mines?
I've brought one. I'm afraid I cannot grant your wish, Great Elder.
Upon hearing that long-awaited voice, Ensiotis stands up and walks past the old man who remains frozen, like a wooden sculpture.
Gnosis executed the plan. The Chagata deployed immediately on his signal.
Their armor is so badass. Before the presence of these wraiths, the clerics could do nothing but stumble back into their abodes, their tender faces affixed with fear.
I'm one of the Divine Bead Court's clerics. You can't treat me like this. Shut up and stop resisting. Master Frey is here too. Please help me.
The one just brought in was the once arrogant envoy of the Divine Bead Court, His gaze sweeps over the shouting cleric. He shakes his head.
Father Frey, I believe I can now explain your actions. Victorious agents conspired with the Vinebead Court's clerics to smuggle spies out of the country through the mine railway, but were caught red-handed thanks to Carlin trade. And before that, you were assisting the Victorians with scouring the mining site, premeditated ill intent. And lest you forget, you protected the suspect following Ratatos's funeral.
So this was the evidence that he brought.
You will formally be put on trial for these crimes. By Karagander, forgive him, for he knows not what he speaks. It is a fact that spies have infiltrated the Vinebead Court. I urge you not to resist. Cooperation with our investigation is the only path to leniency. Take Great Elder Adso, Father Frey, and the other elders of the Vinebead Court away for questioning. The other clerics are to remain here awaiting their summons. Yes, sir. Now then, Great Elder Adso.
Take him away! Bro. He was just an old zealot fool that could not let go of the progression that Kierag was making, dog. Even years back, before the current industrialization that they have now, he offed Silver Ash's parents. Your favorite thing about this game is the armor designs and stuff? You like the Emperor's blades? They look super cool. They're aura farmers. Just casually inject a bunch of demons into your blood. How bad could it be? You get sick armor, you radiate aura, you might go a little psychotic. But who hasn't?
Silver Ash, do you think you've won? Those who live by the blade will find their arrogance short-lived. I wonder just how long your arbitrary reign of terror will last.
Without making any unnecessary movements, Adso gives a slight nod to the crowd, then slowly walks to the door.
Great Elder, what should we do? Survive. The rest is already written in scriptures. I have nothing else to say. You are her servants, and whatever happens, you must act accordingly to your conscience.
Bitch, I don't even think Kara acknowledges your existence. The only person that she's talked to is the priestess.
Take him away. By Karagander, may the guilty receive their fair trial.
Okay. Silver Ash did not get rage baited by Elder Adso. He took care of things calmly and through fair evidence. Meanwhile, we're in the mines? Hold up. Are you telling me that the UFO crash landed into the mines? We're back with Promenix Squad. This is an abandoned mining shaft. The torches and tunnel lights don't work anymore. Bend down carefully and watch your head. If we wrap around from this side, we should be able to make it. Watch out. Come over first. Watch your step. Ioana shifts her feet, and several rocks tumble down the cave, the sounds of dislodged pebbles echoing through the cracked crevices until they fall. She shudders. Wait a minute. Hold up. Oh, I figured it out! I know what Silver Ash has been keeping in the mines. I think they're keeping Karagander's ferment body down there. However, if we're following the pathway of the UFO that broke through the star pod, why does it also lead here? Thinking emoji. So deep. You'd probably turn into a stain on the ground if you fell from this height. Damn those Victorians for causing trouble in the mines. Else we wouldn't have to come this way. Okay, these are abandoned mines. It's not the new mines that Silver Ash set up. But I think we're headed down the same direction. There's a light ahead. It must be the path leading to the main ore vein. Come, let's hold hands just like before. We're just a few steps shy of our answer. We mustn't run into danger here. Soon we'll find all our answers. Okay, we'll get to see what happened to the ore vein. If it's the same thing that happened to the vein in Ursus, then the vein's been converted to liquid Oka because of Priestess. At least there are no cocaine bears here. Shit, are there cocaine bears in Kerag? The map is illuminated by the flickering light of the oil lamp. They hardly converse. Moving forward in silence, their steps filled with both fear and anticipation. Hold up, just checking. Sometimes I lose track of where we are. But eventually, the search comes to an end. Are you sure this is the right place? Might we have made a mistake? No, I'm sure of it. This is the mine I previously calculated and located. There's no way this could be the wrong place. But what are you two talking about? This is the place we're looking for, yeah? According to my plan, we should be able to find an orginium vein here. My deduction can be proven correct, if and only it exists. But this place is an Orion mine. What? What? I've investigated and analyzed everything. These are just ordinary Orion deposits. There's no chance they're related to catastrophe. Let alone any traces of extraterrestrial objects. Where did we go wrong? But why? We clearly saw a bunch of trucks transporting originium on our way here. How could this all just be Orion? Orion? Iron. Iron or iron? I don't think they've even mentioned how to pronounce this word in Enfield. We still don't know how it's pronounced, surely? Has anyone's voice lines actually said the word Orion? Or iron? Or iron? Okay, those are the battleships that Silver Ash has been building to protect the sovereignty of Kerag. We've known about this since the last event. The cocaine bear mistook the snow for cocaine. It became placebo. It doesn't take long for Enya to grasp the schemes of the man bonded by her blood. Indeed, we came to the wrong place. The mineral vein here is not the heart of Carlin, but rather the bones of Kerag. Which is a metaphor for Silver Ash has been mining these iron mines to build the battleships that will protect Kerag. The bones that uphold Kerag's spine. May I say something? Also, how they rapidly industrialized Kerag. With steel. With D32 steel. After a bit of refining. The heart of Carlin is a pure core that validates faith. Man's eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and hands can deceive, and only the heart cannot. Such is written in the Keragander. But I don't think we're being unfaithful or impious. We all know how much we've done, and surely she must know too. Just like how give everything... Yo, Star. Proofread, Yo, Star! Just like how give everything on the hunt, only to come up empty-handed and go hungry through the night. But we must have faith. Faith in the land of Kerag. Faith in Karagander's protection. She promised us that as long as we have two hands, we shall not starve or freeze to death in Kerag's lands. So, Great Saintess, Come, let's try again. Huh? Try what? Use your bell to call Karagander. That sweet bell, the sound of the saintess who played to awaken Karagander, the clear sound beloved of her, the sound that is her call. So it says in the Karagander that burdened beasts wearing this bell will not be snatched away by wild beasts. They shall not fall ill or die young, and shall find their way back home should they ever be lost. What happens if we ring our bell here? For one's heart to be astray is to be lost too, right? I don't totally get what it means, but I heard from one of the clerics of the Vinebead Court. She's so faithful. Unlike her two dejected companions, the girl shows no sign of discouragement and is eager to try again. Her god hole has been filled with unwavering faith in Karagander. That's right. We should keep trying. Perhaps Karagander will respond to us. The silver bell rings out on high, its engraved patterns shimmering beneath the hazy light of the miners' lamps. She had tried to call out like this before at the Vinebead Court in her own bedroom among her books, while resting among the snow-capped mountains. Ring, ring. The clear, cold sound of the silver bell echoes through the empty cave. Oh, that's... Isn't that a seismic reading? This sound, this frequency, what does it sound alike? Did you discover something? That frequency, the echoes of your bell throughout the caves just now. It's just like the one audio recording from the observatory. Almost identical even. Is that just a coincidence? Coincidence? No. In nature, no two snowflakes are exactly alike. Say, Saintess, where exactly did that bell come from? That would require going back to very ancient legends. In Karag's history, there was a long span of time where Karagander fell into deep slumber until she was awoken by a devout saintess. It was Karagander's gift to that saintess. I've also heard that when subsequent craftsmen made bells for the saintess, they sought to imitate the sounds of the mountains. The sounds of the mountains? What kind of mountain could make a sound? The mountain that we recorded. A Fahrenheit? A Fahrenheit? Impossible. How could that be? Oh! The seismic reading that they recorded at Rhine Lab wasn't just, I don't know, tectonic plates or some shit. It was the Fahrenheit Karagander. Snap out of it, Elena. You're a scientist. How could you let your faith falter at a time like this? Uh-oh. The Reddit atheist is about to meet her first Fahrenheit. Elena? Are you saying that on the day before the catastrophe, something fell onto Mount Carlin, thus creating that sound? Based on my previous conjectures, yes. Wait. What are they... Are they implying that the UFO that pierced through the star pod made a Fahrenheit sound? There's a new Fahrenheit on Terra? So think about it this way. If we think of the mountain as a huge bell, doesn't that mean there's probably a huge hollow inside of it? Oh. Kara's temple. Her resting place. The Fahrenheit's resting place. Theoretically speaking, that would be possible, but do you know where a massive hollow like that could exist? The mines! The mines that Silver Ash has been covering up! There is a rumor not recorded in Karag's official history, and it also happens to be related to the Saintess who awakened Karagander.
A long, long time ago, there once was an uprising against the Vine Bead Court in Kerag. The people had grown dissatisfied because Karagander had not performed any miracles in a long time, and so they marched upon the Vine Bead Court. Their wrath was only quelled when the Saintess awakened, the sleeping deity. During the chaos, a number of clerics took their precious scriptures and took refuge within Mount Carlin, therefore preserving some of their valuable knowledge. Yet, regardless, the classic works of the Vine Bead Court still suffered a break in continuity around that time. What if the account of Karagander leaving her people within the scriptures is actually a description of this event? Great Saintess, if this sanctuary truly exists, will we find traces of the Karagander there?
Hold up.
Where would we even look? Behind the Vine Bead Court, the place leading to Mount Carlin's summit.
Enya tightens her grips on the silver bell in her hand. She seems to hear the wind and the snow, as well as the footsteps that would occasionally shadow her while she worked at the Vine Bead Court. Whose voice was that? Who was calling to her from behind? Who would pat her on the shoulders and bring honeyed sesty milk to her while she was burning the midnight oil to organize her scriptures? Kiar! All she could hear and see is the pure white snow that never stops blowing with the wind.
O Karagander on high, please grant us your guidance. May the path we walk be true.
They're getting closer and closer to Kiara's lair. A cleric of the Vine Bead Court, in collusion with Victorian agents, stole important military intelligence and was arrested today. Great Elder Adso confessed to some of these allegations and agreed to fully cooperate with the investigation. During the time, all activities of the Vine Bead Court are to be suspended. There is considerable evidence suggesting that Victorian agents are involved in a string of unusual, unnatural, and social phenomena. I sneezed, had to mute. Carlin Trade is also assembling scientific researchers to assess the possibility of an espionage-related catastrophe. As a reminder to all citizens of Gerag, if any foreign national approaches you under the guise of offering charity, business ventures, or gathering news, please be extremely vigilant. That's not gonna stoke any xenophobia, surely. I knew it! Brother, come on, man.
The Great Elder and that Victorian Duke are in cahoots! Look at what those bastards have brought upon us! Couldn't it just have been one big misunderstanding? If even the Vine Bead Court has betrayed Karagander. My goodness! They've been mucking about with the Victorians and you still give them the benefit of the doubt.
This is not playing well with the populace.
But hasn't the Carlin Trade you seem to trust so much been dealing with Victoria this whole time? The only reason you could even hear all of this on the radio is thanks to Carlin Trade. But what about the Vine Bead Court? What have they ever done for you? Stop your bickering. Victorian Broadcasting has a response. Shut up and listen. I don't give a damn about what they have to say. I need to make sense of all of this.
Sir Wilson, you are highly respected by Her Grace the Duke, as well as an expert on the Kerag affair. We would like to ask you, how should we interpret the attitude displayed by NCO de Silverash? I see it as nothing more than a way of quelling the public discontent in Kerag. Enceodis has always been a close partner of Victoria. Don't you find that somewhat difficult to believe? Even if based on publicly available information, it is an indisputable fact that Victoria has been the primary beneficiary of many a trade contracts strongly spearheaded by Enceodis himself.
With the help of Karlan trade, Kerag's development has almost entirely come off the back of Victoria's aid. From the import of breeding beasts and fertilizers to railway technology and even originium processing. In return, Enceotis has committed to handing over more than 40% of Kerag's natural resources for Victoria's development.
What? 40? Oh, hold up.
Not long ago, Karlan Trade also handed over a mining site that was being worked by Kazimierz to the Duke of Castor. Then it seems that Enceotis is trying to maintain an attitude of ambiguity. That being the case, are you not worried that his attempts to sue the public will anger the Duke? Lest you forget, Enceotis is the Duke's grandnephew, and the blood of Castor flows in his veins. The delicate understanding between him and the Duke is, without a doubt, difficult for outsiders to grasp.
Does the public know that, or are they just airing it out? That Silver Ash has blood connections with Castor.
What you may not know is that even while he issued the statement, he also submitted a new mining agreement to the Duke, who has already signed and returned it. Expect a joint announcement on this matter in short time. I've obtained the key points of this agreement and would like to share them with you here. Do take a look at these graphs, good sir. Karlan Trade is willing to entrust 100% of future mining rights to a foundation established jointly with the Duke of Castor. This truly is just the tip of the iceberg. Look at what comes next.
That sounds incredibly bad for Silver Ash. What do you mean all future mining will go to Victoria? They're desperate. They're acting in the same way Ursus has been, desperate for more originium. They definitely know something's going on with the major veins on Terra. Priestess! Nonsense! The young reporter is startled by the volume of her outburst. She instinctively reaches to pat her bulging backpack before turning around. Seeing the empty street makes her let out a heavy sigh. Looks like they won't be able to catch up to me. Camera, recorder, film prints, everything's here. This time I won't make them take these away. Husband Silver Ash, please succeed. I don't know what that radio announcement from Victoria was supposed to be a play of. Was it... Did the Victorians reveal their hand to make Silver Ash look worse? Because it doesn't from a local Kerag person's perspective, handing over 100% of our future natural resources to a foreign entity seems kinda traitorous. Was this their backup plan? She then looks at the statue of Karagander in the distance, pulls down the brim of her hat, brim hat, which hat atelier, and walks towards the city center. Okay. The Victorians had a play. Interesting. It's wild. One single chapter, an hour and a half. Proclamation, OS-8. What people believe depends on what they see and hear. Thus, the art of deception is born. The empty silence leaves one feeling colder than ever. The reporter's heavy bag slows her down, her footsteps upon the snow clear for all to hear. Less people than before, even here. Miss, sorry to bother you. Can I ask you a few questions? About? Right now, Karlan Trade. I'd rather not have to hear that name. Oh. oh. The Victorians have turned the populace against Silver Ash and Carlin Trade. They were like, Silver Ash gave us all your natural resources. Oh shit. Sir Ensiotis needs to come out and go over why he signed those agreements already. Resources for development? What rubbish! All we got for our resources was a catastrophe. How's he going to explain that, huh? By the time the reporter finishes digesting the lady's angry words, she has already long since left with a swish of her cloak. Excuse me, sir.
Ah, you're one of those reporters from Victoria. Kerag's not been the kindest place lately. Even us locals prefer holding up at home. We best take care.
It's times like these where I can't be afraid. Otherwise, I'm not fit to hold this camera. But thanks for the heads up. Anyhow, what I'd like to know is, how do you see Ensiotis right now, in your honest opinion?
Sorry, miss. I think he's cheated Kerag, but Victoria's worth doubting too. I've seen how big the changes here have been these past few years. If you said Ensiotis hasn't had any difficulty making these changes, then I'd say you're wrong. If only the great elder of the court could come out and say a few words, it'll all be fine.
What the? A stone flies right past the tip of the reporter's nose, all of a sudden, smashing the store window behind her. Ah!
Get out of Kerag, Victorian scum! Ensiotis! The Vinebead Court! Us! We've all got nothing to do with you!
Still got the stones to take pictures? Get the Fane off our land already! Nothing has left her with complicated feelings more than this moment. She has seen the ordinary people of Kerag slowly become more mistrustful, more on the edge. Yet she has also seen once trusted members of the camera crew sneak into her room to inspect her drafts and camera over and over. They gave this woman a full-on sprite. Will she become more important? Moving forward? As the man picks up yet another stone, she bows goodbye to her interviewee and runs away from the scene. It seems her only choice is to escape, but escape to where? I feel like the Vinebead Court has been caught in a conspiracy. They were the ones truly working with the Victorians. Silver Ash took them down, but as a backup plan, the Victorians revealed, or I don't know if they lied or not, that Silver Ash gave away all the resources of Kerag to the Victorians. The only way to admonish them and recover Silver Ash's reputation and Carlin Trade's reputation, the only people left that can do that are the other two members of the three clans. Arknights, that deadbeat fuck, nowhere to be found. Cirrus is over with Monch. I feel like the only other person that we could rely on that has been MIA for a while now is Ratatos. Ratatos is not dead. She will reveal herself. She will tell everyone about being a double spy, and she will clean up Silver Ash's involvement with the Victorians. That's my prediction. Are you Victorian, miss? Hello there. Do you hate Victoria? No, I don't. A dirty little hand reaches out to her with a piece of stale Victorian bread sitting in the palm. But my papa told me to throw these all away. He said we wouldn't have any Victorian charity in our house. Then... But Karagander taught us to love our neighbors and repay kindness with kindness. Oh, sweet child. Oh.
So, I wanted to give it back to you.
That's a true believer right there. As she watches the child hurry away, the reporter feels as if the dry bread in her hand is choking her throat. Her eyelids tremble, and she clenches her teeth. Oh! Did someone hit her with a shovel? No. Wait.
Get her in the car. Don't let anyone see.
This is the last thing she remembers hearing before she loses consciousness. Are we gonna have a repeat of Dublin? Are we gonna have her? The people are fighting amongst each other, and this motherfucker finally decided to show his face. Harold, where have you been this entire event? Sorry for bothering you with yet another visit, Mr. Silverash. Perhaps you would rather be seeing some other pretty face during all this hubbub. This slut. What have you been doing? Just helping out with catastrophe relief? You are a doctor. And I'm guessing I was right. I was right that Harold was a... Is this gonna be confirmation that he was the insider among the Victorians for Silverash?
There is no need to be so humble. Kerag's indebted to you for your care, and I had hoped for the chance to express my gratitude.
Hardly, hardly. It seems my long-awaited return has left me awash with churning emotion once more. I would like nothing more than to be the bearer of good news every time I come over, before throwing my old bones into the mountains for some peace and quiet. But life is a fickle thing, and it demands we improvise, does it not?
I do believe that you are here to give me some bad news, Lord Viscount, but not in the name of Castor.
I'd rather not get mixed up with that old lady's affairs again. Though based on what went on the last time I was here, it's her who doesn't want to get mixed up with me.
With all that said, my lord.
Ah, yes. On to business. I know that you're a busy man. I'm here to bid you farewell, Mr. Silverash.
If the recent shift in public opinion against Victoria has troubled you, then I can...
No. Nothing of that sort. I had hoped against hope that old Castor was also reaching the age where she spoke from the heart. That tends to bring a bit of sweetness to the tongue, no? But as you can see, things have come to this. Though I may have seem a daughter these days, I still find myself compelled to ask you one more thing. Is there truly no other way?
You know her plans involve more than just a few minds, my lord. From the moment she laid hands on Encia, this negotiation has become wholly unacceptable to me.
So, how do you plan to handle her? Are you really prepared to cross swords with her?
You know better than I that if we do not keep the idea of crossing swords on the table, then Kerag may already be in her pocket.
Of course I do. What to say. Knowing how old the lady is, she will never let your little tiff go now that it's reached this stage. He keeps calling her old! Harold! You just can't call her a hag like that. I truly am worried for you, Sir Enciotis. Whatever shall you do next?
What is there to do but seize the opportunity? Since you have mentioned her, you're also an old acquaintance of her grace, are you not?
Me? Hardly. Know her. I hardly know her. A few years back, we'd chat about family matters. She'd always grumble to me about how none of the young casters were worth a damn. What? Not even Alexandrina's girlfriend? What's her face? Not even her? She is playing Batman right now in Londinium. The less useful they turn out to be, the more hasty she gets in doing things. Who would have guessed that she was known to be as a complete enigma in her youth?
I had a brief encounter with Her Grace a decade ago. Her grandeur strikes me even now.
Ha! No need to butter her up to me. I am fully aware that her high and mighty noble posturing is something she can never change. No matter how many schemes are brewing behind the scenes, one must always keep one's face haughty and dignified. Well, that's that. I'm sure your people have more urgent things to trouble you with. I should be heading off about now.
This talk of ours has been productive, my lord. I hope I will have more suitable opportunity in the future to invite you to Kerag.
Couldn't ask for better. Ah, yes.
When you next see Her Grace, by no means tell her I've been calling her old behind her back.
You know it! I know it!
I would never, Lord Viscount.
Attaboy. I too am really looking forward to the chance to visit Kerag again. Okay, so he really was either just preoccupied with catastrophe relief, although they didn't unconfirm, they didn't deny that he was the insider that Silver Ash had within Caster's ranks. It's kind of implied. Subtext. Yes, nobody saw us. It was no trouble, Matriarch. Your request is my... Matriarch? Who? They should be referring to Cirrus. I'll bring her over right away. Hey, wakey, wakey. Who? Monch? Oh, the reporter. I was at... So, she was kidnapped by the Browntails.
Half a day's sleep enough for you. Get up. Our matriarch has things she wants to ask you.
What? Who brought me here? How long will it take for you to learn a gentle touch?
I'm sorry. Matriarch.
Yes! I knew it! Brother, if they don't confirm a body, they ain't dead. Bro, it was just a ploy to get the Victorians off of Ratatos's trail. Fake her death. Pass over the title of Matriarch to Emoto. Meanwhile, Ratatos works in the shadows. Hey, you awake yet? No thrashing about unless you feel like the ropes around your wrists are chafing enough. Aren't chafing enough. Ah, Ratatos! Matriarch Ratatos, I thought you were... Not a single burn on me. Real surprising, isn't it? When you get the chance, tell your colleagues that when dealing with the Browntails, best check the room for tricks. My colleagues? Be honest now, my little spy. What were you hoping to capture on that camera of yours? All those days you were sneaking about? Oh, wait. No, you misunderstand me, madame. How could I be a spy? Ah. Did you forget that we had a couple chapters back that you were Caster's propaganda liaison? That's what all the other spies we got said to. The guards rifle through the reporter's back and throw its contents onto the floor. The photos she has taken and developed the past few days. We wouldn't care much about you if you take pictures of local traditions or even patrolling guards. But you didn't hesitate before taking a bunch of pictures of the Vine Bead Court. You even went to a few mountains clicking that shutter of yours. Don't think I don't know anything. You work for Caster. Matriarch Ratatos, whether you believe me or not, I really am nothing more than a regular reporter. If I was a spy, Why would I be walking around with all this evidence on me? With all this chaos going on, I could have easily given it to all of my colleagues at this TV station. Okay, she might have a point there. That's what you need to explain. Fact of the matter is, you were carrying a great deal of suspicious material and had a very strange itinerary. How do I know you weren't trying to flee? Because I'm trying to protect that material! The Duke of Castor wants control over public opinion. The news office sent people to join the camera crew, and they've been sneaking into my room to edit my pictures. If you didn't try to get away, most of them would have been confiscated, maybe even used to misrepresent things here. Everything they do is to whitewash Victoria, trying to strong-arm its way into Kerag.
Maybe she is who she says she is.
If you think these pictures will be of any use to Kerag, you can have them all. I just want you to release them, to let more people know what's going on here. It doesn't need Victoria's support, but real actual help.
Interesting. So among the Victorian spies that Castor sent over to gather and create propaganda to publish throughout Victoria about Kerag,
You're a little traitor. You actually might have a heart. That might be tricky. Is Ensiotis able to take a call right now?
hello, mother.
He has more pressing matters to handle, so he sent me as support. After my lovely funeral, I handed the spies we captured over to him. According to our agreement, he was supposed to send backup. And in the end, he only sent one woman, even if she is the Black Knight. Not sure if I should call him generous or stingy here.
She's a one-woman army.
So, what's his plan for dealing with Castor? We're still gathering information on our enemy. I was also sent here to help with your interrogations. The most critical thing to find out now is if the reporter has taken any photos of things in the mountains.
Kara.
Oh! Yes, our little friend there. I can untie your restraints, but first, you need to promise me. You'll answer all my questions. That sounds alright to you?
Inside the mountains. I feel like the thing that Silver Ash has been hiding under the guise of the Kazimesh mining venture has been Karagander's Ferrimit body all along. Somehow, in between events, he discovered it. And I don't know, maybe he made a deal with Kiar to protect the body or some shit and just didn't tell anyone, especially Prominix. An empty office. Homatron 3000 is unused to the site. He walks to his desk. Under his mug, filled with steaming hot fresh coffee, is a document with Ensiotis' signature.
Letter of appointment. Would it have killed you to come over and say goodbye?
The yearning. The dead wife flashback.
It is signed. You know how risky this is. Minerals and land are inseparable. We shall bypass the Vine Bead Court and sign the cooperative mining agreements with foreign nations ourselves. This will cause a lot of headaches for us in the future. If we do not pay them their pound of flesh now to close the gap, they shall simply demand more from us later. This is the lowest price we are able to bear. Your calculations are rather optimistic, Ensiotis. And you have always been less optimistic than I am, no matter the topic. Which means most times you have been able to walk further than me. If it wasn't that optimism of yours, I would not have the confidence to take a single step in the darkness. Huh. It has been a long while since I heard such praise from you. Go.
See your plans through, Gnosis. Everyone from middle management and above is here. We can start the camera at any time. Begin recording. Yes, sir. What's today's announcement about? I've gathered you all here today to announce a major change in personnel. As of today, NCO de Silverash will no longer serve as chairman and CEO of Carlin Trade. NCO admits all responsibility for the recent occupational incidents and has resigned. The board of directors has already ratified his request. At the same time, the board has decided that I, Gnosis Edelweiss, shall take over all of NCODIS's duties. Now allow me to make the first proclamation of Carlin Trade's new era as representative of the board to all our colleagues and to all the people of Karak. Carlin Trade shall be ceasing all collaboration with Victoria. As for the many past agreements that NCODIS insisted on signing, they shall all be temporarily paused until the board has decided on further courses of action. At this extraordinary time, I ask all our colleagues to work hard on their posts, to keep the development of Karak at the forefront of their minds, and to sweep away the lingering problems of the past.
Was this a plan all along? Was this the gambit? Did Silverash plan this from the very beginning to spur on the rapid development of Karak? His only bargaining chip with Victoria was Karak's natural resources, so he early on signed the agreements, and then in the years that followed, Karak did rapidly industrialize. However, he also spent all the money that he got from Victoria to begin building their military might in the shadows. And once that came to light as a trump card by the Victorians to destroy Silverash's reputation, he would step down, Gnosis would step up, he would still operate from the shadows, taking the role of the villain. Meanwhile, he established everything that he needed to protect Karak into the future. Karak is developed. Karak has the armaments and the battleships. We no longer have to abide by past agreements made under his name. He could take all the sins that he previously signed upon. He pulled a Lelouch. He pulled a Zero and Suzaku gambit. My goat? Hold up. Was this a plan all along? They pulled a Lelouch Suzaku gambit?
Karak needs us.
Or am I coping? Am I just massively coping of how brilliant Silverash is? Right? It's very much in character that he would do.
Wake up. We're here for our shift. Sure took your time. First time we've been here. Had to find the place. This lot been much trouble. Most of them aren't talking much. Just mind the lead geezer. Which one's he? Isn't the Vinebead Court all geezers?
Everyone burst out in laughter before heading off, leaving just 2 guards to take their shift.
You should ease up a bit. How could you disrespect the elders like that? We're from Karak too, right? Still sticking up for him. There's this bunch of Shiztrak who got us into this mess. Shut it. You got a death wish.
2 guards look towards Elder Adso as he sits within his cell. He's focused on the thick tome in his hands, playing with a corner of the page he thinks.
All's good. What are you so afraid of? They've been talking big for centuries now, but it's not like the courts managed to flip Karak's upside down, have they? They're the Vicars of Karagander, Even if you don't respect the elders, you should at least respect her. What's the court done that a guy like me needs to respect them? When my mom was sick, the clerics picked some grass for her to eat, made me pray to the grass, saying that it would bring Karagander's protection. In the end, we brought her one of Karl Entrade's doctors. He told me if we had kept going with the cleric's treatment plan, she wouldn't have lasted another day. I'd say the real Vicar is Sir Ensiodes. The scholar known as Jurgen was an ardent follower of her, did much good. Out of resentment, evil men accused him of stealing courtly coin, and he was to be put to death a few days hence. Jurgen's limbs were bound tight, and at night he heard the clattering of soldiers' swords. He knew his death was near, and in his heart he was anguished. This is I found which geezer to look out for.
The guard raises his baton as he approaches Adso's cell, striking the bars over and over. Adso does not stop his recitation. As he looks, I got the hiccups, at the guard calmly.
Hey Greybeard, shut your mouth while you're in the cell. Think about how you're going to explain all your sins to Karagander when you meet her. Jurgen looked up, but saw no light. In his futility, he knelt upon the straw lining his cell, in supplication to her. O righteous Karagander, have I not done good in your name? Have I not sought truth in your name? Do good men die in your kingdom, while the unjust gain salvation?
Brother, you're kinda parasocial towards your Oshi. Your Kami Oshi doesn't know you exist, brother! You're kinda parasocial, no matter how many super chats you give her, dog! You're not gonna become her manager, bro!
Why do the lawmakers only hear absurd falsities? Why do the people I saved stand in unspeaking silence? Shizdrak, have you no shame, you traitor? Going to teach you a lesson?
The guard puts his baton away before taking out the key to open the cell door, though it keeps missing the keyhole as his hand trembles in rage.
Oh, Karagander, though my body be trapped in jail, my soul still seeks your mercy! Whilst my eyes can still see, and my ears can still hear, stretch out your righteous hands to me! I swear today will be the last day you can even open a copy of the Karagander. Ah!
Fuck. This bastard.
What have I done? I heard another guard. You have done well, my child. Our divine duty is not limited to the three clans, the Saintess, or the Vine Bead Court. All children of Kerag must be ready to carry out her will at any time.
She doesn't know you, bro. She's sleeping soundly in her lair somewhere, honkshu meing. She doesn't know about you. She doesn't want you to do this.
Just like you did. I remember Jurgen the Confessor. When I was young, I was lost in the snowy mountains. Just as I was about to black out, a cleric saved me. When we were on his burden beast, he took off his coat and wrapped it tight around me, telling me the story of Jurgen, how Karagander will save all the innocents. Where are the other clerics imprisoned, my child? Nearby. Find an opportunity to free them. Let them escape, and save yourself. Conflict brews atop the mountains. The Vine Bead Court shall rebuild everything upon the ruins.
This bitch! Bro!
Allow me to tell you the end of the tale of Jurgen the Confessor. Halt! Don't force my hand, Great Elder. We're armed, and we will not allow anyone to leave. I will walk by you. If you insist on using bows and crossbows to counter her will, then aim at your own hearts. Try it. You.
He is lost in the sauce, dog! The guards who rushed over look at their comrades with raised eyebrows as they form two lines. Many of them have chosen to stow their weapons, opening up a narrow passage. No! He's using their faith against them. He's a false prophet! He's a zealot! He speaks not for Karagander, and Karagander is not a god. He speaks only for himself and his selfish interpretations of dogma. Also, he's kinda racist and xenophobic, dog. He's held on to a blood grudge versus the other clans for so long. Adso lowers his head as he walks through the guards, leaving behind faint footprints in the snow. As the words left Jurgen's mouth, the entire jail began to sway as wind and snow entered through the cracks. The walls around the imprisoned devotee were as rotten trees, shattering into dust as his body was enveloped in blinding light. The soldiers were thrown to the ground, their weapons shattered, but they themselves were unharmed. They prostrated themselves at Jurgen's feet, weeping as they confessed their sins. What? Began to sway wind. Wait. Hold up. Is this Prominix? Jurgen the Confessor then walked the lands of the three clans, preaching this Oh, wait, no. It's a reading from the Karagander. Okay, it's a story. Walked the lands of the three clans, preaching this miracle the rest of his life. And thus Karagander stretches out her hand to those who call for her to enact her justice. Nothing ever comes good of religious zealots that choose to enact the justice of their gods in their name. Meanwhile, Carolyn, I thought she went into a dark passageway. Gnosis should still be on her trail. She has slowly lost all sensation in her joints as her shoes sink into the soft snow. Step after step, yet her legs do not stop moving, even as she gulps lungfuls of frigid air. Who's... There is a vague shape of people in the distance. They draw close to her, but the lights flashing before her eyes make her unable to recognize them. You... The Victorians!
We've been ordered to retrieve you, Madame Carolyn. Though, there should be others with you here.
They got taken by the locals.
Then, are there any issues with the intelligence?
You can tell Her Grace that the power hiding behind Karag has disappeared. What? Was that the information that she was trying to smuggle out? That Karagander is gone? Wait, that would mean... Oh, that's the confirmation that Victoria needed. First, it was enact soft power through our industry cooperation agreements. And then enact hard power once we confirm that Karagander is no longer protecting Karag. Wait. Has Silver Ash known this entire time? Is that why he's been building military might ever since the last event? Has he known that early about what would happen to Kiara Gander? Or am I just coping? Is this all just projection that Silver Ash is more brilliant than what the story portrays him to be? Is this just cope? I've observed and recorded the fall of some extraterrestrial object to the surface. The ensuing catastrophe is further proof of my conclusion. Whether it's the energy field theory or the Fahrenheit hypothesis, it explains the changes that happened to Kerag. Take this folder. All my research into several hypotheses about Kerag is in it. You can... What the...
I am terribly sorry, madame. Did you really believe that you could hide your personal communications with the Melander Foundation from us?
Wait. Hold up.
Her Grace has asked us to bring back only the data. I believe she is very interested in the fact that Kerag has lost its protection.
You! Extraterrestrial objects, Fahrenheit legends. There's still so many marvelous things we don't know the truth about across this great land. But all you care about is deception, robbery, and murder. Everything else is worthless to you. If I didn't need you to escape from Kerag, I would never work with people like you.
I shall pass on your complaint to Her Grace, verbatim. Goodbye, madame. Thank you for your patriotic service.
Gnosis, save her! She sighs deeply, unsure of whom she is actually feeling sorry for. This is why you don't bow to imperialism! You're nothing but a cog in the wheel!
A smoke grenade! Enemy attack! Look for cover!
The night is enveloped in smoke and gunfire, leaving the snowfield in utter chaos. The Chagata are here! At least until a black off-roader courses out of the smoke. In its wake are the Victorian agents, futilely shooting at the vehicle as it drives into the distance. No! I thought it was Gnosis and the Chagata! Ah, shit, the CIA is here. They came to extract her. What's Max up to? What has Max been plotting? Post Lone Trail, actually. Hold up. What is that bastard up to, dog? Everyone tells me I'm the best president that Colombia has ever had. Nobody else has had a better president than me. President Maxwell. No other beast lord across the lands of Terra can do conspiracy as good as I. We sent over a spy all over to Kerag to figure out if their god was dead. The Victorians tried to off our spy, but in my boundless wisdom, I sent an extraction team to bail her out. Look at me.
Had to take our time so the Victorians wouldn't spot us. Got all your stuff.
She lowers her head, pulling out a marked file on the extraterrestrial object, on the various documents before handing it over to the agent sitting in the front seat. So, when can I start my research?
No need to be so hasty, miss. My boss wants to have a chat with you first. He's really interested in hearing what you're studying. I think you'll be working with us for a long, long time.
Okay, this is just a tease for Lone Trail 2. The upcoming event that'll star Nasty and where I assume the major plot point of the Empyreanic Asdelia will take place. Extraterrestrial. No. No! Wait! I put 2 and 2 together. If the extraterrestrial object that they found is a spaceship, I mean, what else could it be? It might be a ferryman, it might be a spaceship. If it's a foreign object that came from outside of Terra, if the Mainlander Foundation study it, oh it's connecting. It's all connecting. This is what's gonna lead to the Empyreanic Asdelia. Carolyn nods her head before she suddenly realizes something. She never had the chance to actually hand over Victoria's Kerag report. Although, is it gonna be a joint partnership with Rhine Labs? With the Mainlander Foundation? Considering Nasty is the sarcasm that would spearhead that the most. She never had the chance to actually hand over Victoria's Kerag report. Also, we still don't have any confirmation from Enfield whether or not the floating city of the Empyreanic Asdelia is Seshka in Enfield, which is the floating Sarkaz city. But Seshka in Enfield is only floating because of a Fahrenheit bone given by Sammy, right? A Fahrenheit fang or bone? I think that's what it was. I don't know. Oh, I got theories. I got crack theories. She rolls down the window. Heedless of the cold blowing in, she takes out the papers she painstakingly wrote in Kerag, one after another, and throws them out the window with a nary of a moment's hesitation. The papers all the more white under the black night, like fresh snow falling upon the wilds. They spin through the air, buoyed by cold wind and political maelstrom both. Here's your things back, Victoria. Okay, that's just set up for Lone Trail too. That doesn't have much to do with whatever is going on in Kerag aside from the confirmation that Kiara is gone? Question mark? That's just set up for Lone Trail too. And Nasty's event in a few months. In a few months? Is it the next event? The one involving Nasty? Was that before or after? I lost track. Enciotis resigns from Carlin Trade. Carolyn is nearly killed but is rescued by Mainlander. Okay, she got rescued by the CIA. Okay. OS-ST-4. Road of the Heartseekers. The path of the righteous is narrow, fraught with hardship and snowstorms, with fiends and terrors. For the heart has never been readily found. For the heart is forged through countless trials. Look at her, in all her non-dead glory. So according to you, the Duke of Castor had her spies embedded in Kerag for a long, long time. And it's all to prepare for a future annexation. But how is she going to do that? The Dukes have battleships. We've seen the battleships! Have you seen Wellington? To be more precise, this is my educated guess based on what I've heard in Kerag. So out of all the Victorians sneaking around Kerag, you happen to be the only actual reporter who's after the truth and righteousness and such like. Well, you don't have to be so rude about it. My name's Alberta. If you're familiar with the Victorian newsprint business, you would have heard the name in conjunction with many articles about the truth that were deemed unprintable. I take pride in my work, no matter what they say. Huh. I'll believe you for now, Miss Little Reporter. But this doesn't mean you're completely free of suspicion.
I've had my guards rip out the spies your people sent after the explosion. If you're telling the truth, then take us to your cruise station. I've got a lot of things I'd like to ask the agents you mentioned. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? But... Move!
Shot fired! Degenbrecher grabs Ratatos and the reporter, pulling them into the back room as a stun grenade from who knows where goes off in the interrogation room. In the distance, a brown-tailed guard who was unable to get out of the way in time screams. A throwing knife has pierced his heart. Damn it! Degenbrecher pokes her body out of the doorway, hiding back behind the door as another knife flies towards her. She watches it tremble after it embeds itself in the doorframe. These knives are the ones used by the Trilby Ashers. Great. Oh, Caster sent them in. You two stay behind here. I'll go confirm the scale of the raid and their strategy. As she finishes speaking, she suddenly draws her twin weapons, knocking two knives thrown from the shadows out of the air before springing forward to attack. The dust she kicks up forces the reporter to squint. You... What the hell's going on? How do the Trilby Ashers know of this place? Did you leak it to them? But I've been watching you the whole time, that can't be. I didn't. I even checked over all my things. Made sure nobody was following me. Look out! The room shakes violently. The reporter pulls on Ratatos' sleeve, moving her to the other side of the room as fragments of the damaged ceiling smash into the floor where they just were. Then how do you explain all of this? Wait, there's still one place I haven't checked. She picks up the camera she's hanging around her neck, removes the lenses, presses down on the shutter, and lifts up the reflector. A faint red light glows within. She pulls out the suspicious component, a miniature tracking device. So that's where it was hiding. Yeah. Caster has ways to make sure no loose ends are left behind. Another explosion and thick smoke slowly seeps into the room the two are hiding in. Degenbrecher emerges from the smoke, her breathing somewhat ragged. 3 Trilby Ashers. With the first group, I fended them off for now, but the reinforcements they called for are already on their way here. I will keep you safe, Ratatos, but we need to leave. Let's go to the Vine Bead Court. There's a mountain trail nearby that leads to one of the secret passages within. They won't dare act rashly against the court. It'll buy us some time. Wait, I need to come with you. Since the Trilby Ashers will keep chasing us, I'll make a record of all their assassination attempts in Kerag and compile them together with everything they've done so far. I'll pass them to a local friend to get word out. Wait. Local friend? Who might that be? Heidi? Could it be Heidi? Is that how we're gonna pass it along to Central Londinium? To Alexandrina? Hold up. Or am I just coping? Am I just weaving together the spider webs of Terra in my head? This will expose all of Victoria's dirty deeds to the public. I can't let myself be taken in by them. Enough babbling, I still need to find Ensiotis for the joint questioning. You'll be coming with us even if you didn't want to. Yes, Ratatos is alive. The 3 of them have entered the Vinebead Court's northern gate. The escape reporter is with her, and the renowned Black Knight is guarding them. What orders from Her Grace? Wait, did you just say that Her Grace will personally be visiting Kerag? Oh! The hag! The hag is coming! Great Auntie is coming! To Carlin Trade Headquarters, and to Ensiotis Silverash, son of the former chairman and my kinswoman, Elizabeth. alongside all the people of Kerag. This is an open letter, within which is written all the wrongdoings of Ensiotis and Carlin Trade both. With this letter, I shall formally protest all the grievances that Victorian Kerag share in suffering from, that were wholly avoidable. Oh. Chairman Edelweiss, I'm glad you're here. What is it? Slow down. It's a letter by the Duke of Castor. The contents have already been disseminated to the public. It's all about Kerag, mostly Carlin Trade. What did she write? About how we're not acting in good faith, and Sir Ensiotis. Give it here. Notify all members of the board that we are to have an immediate meeting at HQ. Tell everyone to remain calm. Oh. She's coming. The Duke of Castor. It's headed to Kerag. The beginning of their annexation? Ensiotis' first offense, the source of all this tragedy, was to seek benefit from Columbia, brute forcing the carving out of a great pit and the construction of an observation site atop Mount Carlin. In the wake of it, catastrophe descended on Kerag. This much is undeniable. Oh! She's correlating the two different events. She's implying that carving out the mountain with Rhinelab's labs was the direct cause of the catastrophe. The sly woman. Amidst the terror and disarray, he committed his second offense. The humanitarian aid sent by Victoria was instead pocketed by him in the name of negotiation. Okay, that was straight up a lie. That's a straight up lie. We saw the child and his father and his family receive the humanitarian aid. To legitimize this shameless act, Ensiotis went on the attack against Victoria, leaving baseless accusations and slander against Victorian tourists and expatriates. This was his third offense. Expatriates? Tourists? His ultimate act of toying with the heart of the public was also his fourth offense. He colluded with Ratatos to fake the Browntail matriarch's death, and through duplicity, led Clan Browntail into hostilities with Victoria. What? They knew? They figured it out? The Trilby Ashers are on Ratatos' tail. Oh shit, they're trying to take control of the narrative. They are, amidst the chaos, they are taking control of the narrative, and Alberta is going to be our key to dispel all of that, surely. But she's also Victorian. How will we get the populace to believe her? And us by proxy. Victoria also has proof that Ratatos is hidden within the Vinebead court? Those citizens who doubt this simply need examine the premises? Though his guilty heart has led him to station his private army there? This is all a bit too much. Hey, when I was suspicious of Ensiotis earlier, you guys shouted me down like I was a conspiracy theorist. But it all makes sense now, doesn't it? Since when? This whole letter's just Victoria's say-so. The fifth offense explained it, didn't it? Ensiotis told Ratatos to kidnap that Victorian reporter, hid her in the court. Can't be a lie with all these details, can it? And the sixth offense says in order to control the court, he arrested all the clerics who wouldn't obey him. That matches. No! The clerics were working with Victoria! No! She's Uno reversing all our work. The court invited all of us up the mountain for blessings, but Degenbreaker had some men stop us. What about the seventh then? It's obvious that Victoria wanted to get a bigger slice of the pie, but Carlin Trade refused them. You're a real idiot, you know that? It's proof that Ensiotis has gone and betrayed Kerag.
Victoria's made a fair point about Carlin Trade going against all their contracts. And now we're the ones stuck with the bill thanks to Ensiotis' stupid decisions.
So, you think we should just do what Victoria says? They want Carlin Trade to stick with the old mining agreement, and put Ensiotis on trial.
They said they'd do a joint trial with the Vinebead Court. It'll be fine. Ensiotis would be lucky if he just got banished for his crimes.
The only crime he's done is letting you run your mouth in his rebuilt pub.
So he's been doing all the good while it's always someone else doing the sinning. Wow, what a coincidence.
I don't understand any of this, but I know it's always us who have to suffer for it.
Come on, man, trust in Sir Ensiotis.
He's helped us out before. What the hell was that?
Outside.
We need to retake control of the narrative. If there's anyone that the public will believe, it is Prominix. And she's out there still searching for Kiara's lair. Like, she's the only person left that the public will wholeheartedly believe.
I guess a lot of troubling talk on the way here. Please tell me you've been doing more than admiring the snow. I shouldn't have asked. Is everything that happened still as you expected? If I said yes, would you believe me? I would. Because we're not unprepared. During the recent growth window, Carlin Trade, I'm afraid it is you who is the most optimistic one this time, Gnosis. You know that, no matter how many plans and contingencies we make, things will inevitably exceed our expectations. From the three clans, the Vinebead Court, and stretching out to all the people of Kerag, Victoria's methods are plain to see. As someone who bets every chip he has, you were never afraid to risk. Thus all this is all I deserve.
Oh! No! We're rolling out the battleships, baby! Dark clouds cover the twilight sky. The steel behemoths of Victoria trample across the white snowfields. It's Victoria's battleships! Oh shit, Castor really is here. Well, imperialism has begun. Surely we could mobilize the Chagata and all the battleships that we've been building upon since the last event. Can we maintain sovereignty of Kerag before the British occupy us? Have they not learned? Have they not learned since the Sarkaz occupation? No, they're desperate. They're desperate as fuck because the prime veins on Terra are depleting and turning into Oka. If anything, Priestess is the root cause of all this. Plus also the British nobles, but... it's the British nobles and Priestess! Spurring conflict.
Castor's fleet. I've heard this fleet was the one that drove the devils out of Victoria during the Battle of Londinium.
More like it was mostly Wellington. But sure, stolen valor. That psycho Wellington and his battleship.
After the battle concluded, Castor took the time to restore its flagship, so that her glory may live on.
Her glory was also where they kept the scabbard of the sword. It was wrecked! They repaired it? They repaired it since the battle.
How many upon this great land can boast of the might to stand against this force?
There was Gaul, the French, during the Battle of the Four Emperors, and Gaul no longer exists as a country. There's Ursus, who's preoccupied with his own internal revolutions taking place. There's Lithuanian, one of the witch queens is stuck in limbo in the ether side. My goth wife, Hildegard! Save her! Let's roll out the battleships now. Right, Silver Ash? Anytime now would be great. Since Kara seems to be honk shoo me in her lair, having a nice nap. Phew. Why are all of Karag's mountains so hard to climb? Just bear with it longer, Elena. We need to avoid the Vine Bead Court, and this is the only road that does so. A Rift Cloud Beast clambers up to Elena's shoulder out of nowhere before jumping back into Joanna's embrace, letting out a high-pitched cry. It's like a brush buddy. It's laughing at you. Laugh all you want. I've done more exercise today than the past 20-something years I've been alive. Enya looks at the crestfallen Elena, letting out a light chuckle as she turns the corner. She sees a simple camp by the side of the road, not far from where they stand. There are many clerics of the Vine Bead Court warming themselves by the fire. Amidst the crowd, Enya picks out a familiar figure, with but a glance. Right, they escaped from their jail. They're just chilling by the roadside, and then coincidentally, they run into Promenix heading towards Karagander's lair. Why'd you stop, Enya? Is that Elder Adso? Who? I didn't think I would run into you here. Okay, can we finally get an admonishment of this motherfucker? He's been spouting his zealotry all throughout, while Promenix was just doing her pilgrimage. He's been spouting his mouth about his Kamiyoshi, parasocially telling people that he's the word of God or some shit.
Because you should not be here, Saintess.
You know, Elder, when you're talking to the Saintess, you should be more...
I know, and yet I also know that this is not the road she is meant to be on.
What if it's to search for Karagander?
All shall seek her in their time of need.
Cut it with a vague boasting, old man. We know where she is.
So, what it is you need?
You instructed me to go on the pilgrimage, so that I may atone for the sins of all of Karag to her. Thus, what I need is to find her, and pray to her for forgiveness. Has he known all along where they've kept Kara? Is that why he sent her on the pilgrimage? In the opposite direction?
I had wanted to get you out of the Vine Bead Court at the time.
And in doing so, the court would not be hindered by me.
I had hoped that while you were off on the pilgrimage, we would be able to sway the Duke of Castor into handling Enceodis, and that when you returned, it would be to both parties worn and weary. The court would then take advantage of your return to declare a miracle, thus gaining true control. But your brother declared war on the court too soon, and I could not allow myself to fall into the hands of Castor or Enceodis, whether as their prisoner or as their puppet.
I presume you being here means that you're thinking of being like the court clerics of old? Going to Carlin to the ancient refuges of legends, where you can wait for the moment your enemies are worn?
As such, there is no need for you to continue with your meaningless circuit, Saintess. Follow us and seek refuge atop the mountains.
No. She has to go find Kara. I don't even think you know where Kara is. If you knew where Kara was, your faith, I don't know. Would he be more extremist or no? If he knew the true nature of Kara, he'd probably have a heart attack.
There will come a time that the people will beg on bended knee for you and thus to appear.
The silent elders of the court behind them stand up one after the other, forming a semicircle before the saintess. Joanna glances at Enya with unease, her hand subconsciously moving towards her crossbow, but Enya merely gives her a light shake of the head. I can't stop. The next catastrophe is nearly upon us.
What?
The saintess is right, Elder. You must not have noticed the strange weather these past few days. We've already found an important clue about the heart of Carlin. We have the opportunity to learn the exact reason why a catastrophe came to strike Kerag. Maybe even the truth behind Karagander.
Elena,
that's a bit of heresy that you're speaking of in front of a zealot.
It is meaningless.
Elder.
Because Karagander does not exist.
What? Wait. Has he known all along? What did you say? When I left the court, you told me quite the opposite.
Karagander can exist within the plants, the stones, our words and deeds, but you will not find her true form atop this great land. She is not real, only existing within our imaginations.
Not even you can blaspheme against her, Elder Adso.
When I was young, my faith in her was much the same as yours. My father and uncle sent me to the Vinebead Court as a child, forcing me to secretly aid Clan Browntail with their mission. Yet all I wanted to do was serve her in all sincerity. When the Great Elder tasked me with managing the Hall of Writings, I was giddy with glee. Every word to do with her, whether they fragmented pages or ridiculous essays, were studied by me over and over. But the more you read, the more you realize that so-called Karagander is nothing more than a piece of scripture assembled by mortal men.
Okay. That completely flipped your character. You're not a parasocial chatter for your Kamiyoshi. You're someone who has fully accepted that the shadows that you see in your cave are what you want to see all along. You don't want to know what the things making the shadows are outside the cave. You have become content with whatever you see. Hold up. Okay, your character is way more complex now.
Dare you deny it, Saintess? You too have seen what is said to be the original copy. It is no more than a few scant phrases. Nothing like what we have today.
It's not true, is it, Enya?
From marketplace chatter to historical records, even foreign legends from who knows where. Add cold gales and snowy peaks, and you have the miracles of Karagander. I persisted in my inspection of everything, hoping to find even the tiniest shred of evidence unlike the rest. But all I found were more and more archetypical tales.
Brother, I think you got it the opposite way. We create archetypical tales of myths and fables within our religions to understand them, dog. You're not supposed to take them at face value, dog! That's the thing they first tell you about fables and religions, bro! What do you mean you scoured historical records of whether of whether the Karagander actually happened or not. Brother, the fables are how mortal men interpret their faiths, dog. Goddamn, he got too lost in the sauce. He was a true believer, but then he looked too deep into things, misinterpreted the dogma, and was like, oh, shit, Karagander isn't real. Religion is just a fabrication of man. Brother, that's not the point. That's not the point of... It's not whether or not God exists or that makes religions and faith worthwhile, dog. It's what they bring into your life. And I'm telling you this as an agnostic. It's how they fill your God hole. It's how they bring support to your daily life. How they fill your God hole like that. We can never... Bro, this entire event has been peak. Because we're pulling up the debate of whether or not the point is whether God exists or not, or whether the teachings you learn from religion is what matters the most, dog. You can find your God in places least likely, even if you can't prove their existence. What they bring to your life is evidence enough if you have enough faith. It's what fills your God hole. That's the beautiful part about religion, man. Bro, I'm agnostic. I was born Catholic. I no longer practice nor believe in organized religion, but I recognize, dog. It's not entirely about whether you could prove your God exists, whether they do exist, whether the meaning of life can only be interpreted through them. It's about what your mortal meaning can be gained from faith. I don't know if that's the right word. That's the right phrase for it. It's what you get out of religion as a support system. There. You got too lost in the sauce, bro.
I even found signs of adaptation left behind by previous court elders in the margins of a few books.
Yeah, dog. Religions that go on for a long time are gonna have reinterpretations across time, bro. Paper texts and oral tradition are just gonna get passed through person to person, and that's how religion evolves. You can't use that as being like, oh shit, we no longer have the true scriptures. Why didn't you tell anyone?
What would I say? What is Kerag to you, Saintus?
That's not a question for any child. One child of Kerag can answer.
Because Kerag already has its answer. This is a nation of faith. Enceotis has tried to undermine it. The Duke of Castor has tried to swallow it. But even they dare not defy Karagander. At least not openly.
But if she doesn't exist, then who founded Kerag? People. It is the people who founded Kerag. The three clans. The Browntail natives. The foreigners, who eventually became of native blood. The Silver Ashes. And the Ursus. It is the peoples at the heart of the nation.
Our country was never one built atop her flesh and bones. Rather, it was her country that was built atop our flesh and bones. It was the ancestors of the people of Kerag who, amidst these snow-capped mountains of despair, labored tortuously to create a place where they could survive. People could never understand why fate decreed that they should struggle in suffering, while others thrived in merriment. And so, abandoned upon these hopeless rocks, they had sought consolation elsewhere, so that they may continue to live. From the cries from some almighty leader, and the prayers for majesty and morality of every generation of Kerag, Karagander was born. From the moment of her birth, she became the foundation of Kerag. Because of their need for faith, generation after generation must repeat a lie. Kerag needed virtue and law, needed art and aesthetics, needed family and tradition. And with perfect timing, she would appear by our sides, leaving behind a few revelatory words of wisdom. From this came an unbreakable order, one that has lasted time immemorial.
So in your eyes, this lie must be maintained at any cost, so that Kerag itself can be maintained.
Indeed. Every nation has its own lie. Kerag's is Keragander.
I disagree. A lie can bring temporary reprieve, but it cannot become the eternal law through which we live. You believe it is able to maintain order, so you care not for sincere longing for the people. You treat their feelings as a tool you could control. When this longing tears through the veil you constructed, the Vine Bead Court and the faith it tends to shall be shattered beyond repair. From that point of view, you and your hated Enceodus' greatest ally are your hated... Wait. You are your hated Enceodus' greatest ally.
There is only one thing I wish to ask you. Do you believe Keragander exists?
But... She sifts through her mind, through all of her memories of her head maid, but she has already forgotten how she looked, vague wisps of her emotion, all forgotten. No. No! This can't be. Hypergriff doesn't have the balls to kill off playable characters. We've established that with Shu, with Kelshi, with Eblana. Do they? Is this it? Are they implying the true death of the Farenmit Keragander? Because as far as we know, when a Farenmit dies, all memories of their existence are erased from reality. Not what they left behind in the world, just their mental traces. What's going on with Keragander? Is she not just honk shoe mimiming in her lair? Is she not just taking a nap? Is she actually dead? Or passing away? Fading away? There is no memory. No person that can vouch for her. No one who could offer her words of comfort. Her heart lies empty. I do. You claim this is all a lie, Elder Adso, which is proof that there is a truth to correspond with this lie. And so I believe in the passion and goodness preached by the scriptures. I believe Keragander exists in Kerag. Besides, I already found the path to her. And if you must refute me, then come witness alongside me.
Your faith is pointless, Saintess. Even greater disaster awaits Kerag. Enceodus' short-sightedness has already left her faith on the brink of collapse. This is our last chance to save her.
You mean the religion of Keragander, not the actual Farenmit, because you have lost your faith. Ever since the pilgrimage began, you have treated me as a part of your conspiracy.
Because we have both dedicated our entire lives to the faith. Is it impossible for you to not understand my devotion?
Then what is it you wish for me to do?
At a suitable hour, return with me to the Vine Bead Court to regain control. We shall have to look at our specific circumstances to deal with the Duke of Castor, but Enceodus must be eliminated.
That's not gonna fly, bro. That's her big brother. That's not gonna fly.
You are a kind soul and cannot bear harm to your brother. I understand. Enceodes must leave Kierag. That is the most we can allow him.
Who are you to speak? He's the only one that has the power to stand in between the battleships that are rolling upon our doorstep. What are you gonna do? Where's your Chagata? You gonna defend Kierag with these old zealots alongside you? This is pure coercion.
In return, I can take you to the place you seek. When I was young, I had searched all of Carlin. Since you must face the truth, this will be the quickest way to it.
Is that how you lost your faith? Have you known all along about Karagander? Her lair, at least? I accept. Enya? But on one condition. If we really do find proof of Karagander, you shall renounce all your schemes regarding Enceodes.
Very well. Karagander above, witness our vows.
Okay, we have made the gambit. Schrodinger's Fahrenheit. We're heading towards Kara's lair to confirm what happened to her Fahrenheit body. Her memory as Kar fading away from Prominix's mind and memories, implying that she's passed away. We'll find out after a short break. And me refilling my water. We gotta hydrate or else we dehydrate. Be right back. I returned, and I had a little snack. We are ready to continue with the last act of retracing our steps. Okay. OS-9. Cold steel. Some still futilely long for a warm spring. The rumblings of some distant commotion disturb the scant snow atop the trees. What should be a silent street is filled with an ominous warmth. This used to be a road at the foot of Mount Carlin that led to the Vinebead Court, but now Victorian soldiers bar the path as the treads of their tanks crush its surface, a blatant, impassable barrier. Loudspeakers atop the tanks play a message in clear Keragi. People of Kerag, do not panic. In accordance with Victoria's policy regarding the current situation, we will ensure everyone's safety. Sounds like an annexation to me, dog. This operation will not disturb the everyday lives of residents. We simply suggest everyone stays at home in this weather. We also have a warning for the criminals who have abducted Victorian citizens, and for those who associate with them. Release the hostages immediately, or we will take immediate action. Are they referring to Alberta, the journalist? And the other journalists?
Say, mister, mind if I cross the road? I need to head home to get the fire going. It's about dinner time and my wife's waiting for me. This area's off limits. You either take a detour or you wait. But I'm just trying to get to the other side of the road. If safety's your issue, go ahead and search me. I've just got food on me. Nothing else. Are you with the Vinebead Court? Well, no, I'm just a smith. Then take a detour or wait. I've crossed this road for decades now.
Don't cause any trouble for them, mister. Nothing good will come of it. Just listen to them and get out of here already.
I will not be repeating myself a third time.
The old man totters away. He turns his head to look back. Through the window of his workshop, his wife looks back at him. His home is just across the street. He waves his hand, telling his wife to leave.
Karagander above, I wish to hear of your worth.
Brother, come on, man. This is what they also plan to do with Londinium. If Alexandrina and the Exemplars hadn't taken military control of Londinium, Castor and the other dukes would have annexed it in the same way. Invaders! How dare you! Get out! You hear me? Get out!
Victorians this, Victorians that, is a word I hate hearing most of these days. Didn't think there'd still be anyone brave enough to kidnap one at a time like this.
Don't you get it? It's obviously just some worthless excuse. Now that the Victorians are here, Kerag is about to change.
Volpofsten.
Is that how you pronounce it?
You're all sitting back to watch while going on with your pessimistic talk. You're more spineless than starving bird and beast. I'm going to show them the real Kerag.
If you're going to make a ruckus, do it somewhere further away. Don't drag me into this.
Right. Go to Carlin Trade. They've got guards, right? Don't they? You're all a bunch of cowards.
Cowards. I get it. You've got guts, and you don't mind getting your hands dirty. But do you have a family? This is the outcome of the negotiations. If the three clans, the Vinebead Court, Carlin Trade, if none of them are going to do anything, what can we do? Karagander above, forgive me for my fear, my cowardice. Anger, fear, unease, all sorts of emotions roil across the unarmed crowd, but they have no effect on the armed soldiers across from them. Their voices are drowned by the roar of the engines. Ooh, atop a battleship yet again. The Gloriana. Caster? Oh! No! A new caster has entered the fray. What? Are you? Okay, so you're Silver Ash's distant relative. Are you a daughter of Caster? Wow, you... something tells me you come from the same direct bloodline as Silver Ash. You got his face. Your Grace, our fleet has encircled the passes into Kerag's mountains. The vanguard force in Kerag has also surrounded the Vinebead court. Kerag's own warriors are powerless to resist us. The whereabouts of Kerag's saintess are currently unknown, but we shall ensure the moment that she appears, we will locate her. The situation is still under control, so forgive me for speaking bluntly. There's no need for your Grace to attend the battle in person. The hag herself! Caster! Do not be hasty, Philippa. Choose your words wisely. If I may correct you, Kerag is not our enemy, but a valuable partner in cooperation. But Carlin Trade has still not given an official response to our invitation to negotiate. I can imagine. And Theodis is a prideful man. One assumes that having to process this failure must be inconceivably difficult for him. You must have heard some of the tales about him, Philippa. By all calculations, he is your kin as well. Does she have a snow leopard tail, or did the apple fall far from the tree? If he really is the talented genius the rumors paint him as, why did he abandon the chance to stand by your side, deciding to bury himself in the mountains instead? I simply don't understand. Look at you, who grew up with a silver spoon up your ass within the domain of the Duke of Caster. Living in luxury, meanwhile the Sarkaz annexed Londinium. Meanwhile, Silver Ash is working his ass to industrialize Kerag for the future. To beefing up its defenses, to defend its sovereignty. You're just a rich girl Nepo baby. I liked, what's her face again? Londinium Batman better than you. At least she's working with Alexandrina. Like I said, he really is the prideful sort. I shall give him a little more time. Six hours should do it. If the government of Kerag continues to refuse our agreement, then things can only end in a rather regretful manner. Understood. There's still one trifling matter I'm unsure is worth your Grace's consideration. The matriarch of Clan Browntail, who is by all rights should be dead, we have discovered further traces of activity from her. She is currently hidden within the Vinebead court, under the protection of the Black Knight. And Theodis would not go to great lengths to hide someone unimportant at a time like this. It is not worth mentioning, but I am not fond of variables. Find her. Find out what she is hiding. She's hiding your spy. She's hiding Alberta. As you command, Your Grace. Understood. I shall carry out this assignment to the limited extent, then await further instructions. All hands take note. Team 1, guard the front. Team 2, head to the north gate to lock it down. Team 3, 4, find high vantage points to watch the court. Be on guard. If you even allow a single soul out, you shall have to answer to Her Grace in person. I've not received any orders to allow Victorians in, sir. I understand. We shall wait here for a reply. The chairman has informed me not to accept any invitations. If you... No matter.
I'm happy to wait here patiently, just like how every child of Kerag waits for bitter winter to pass. Speaking of, how do you people prepare for winter? I'm rather curious.
Brother, this guy... In every single scene we've seen the ambassador, he's just been microaggressioning every single Kerag person he talks to. How do you savages heat yourselves in the cold? You then have originium devices. Do you just light sticks on fire? Primitives. I fear you may not have the opportunity to learn for yourself. I'm not here to represent myself. My own experiences are not important, Mr. Edelweiss. I believe these terrible conditions call for giving everyone an equal chance to express themselves. Don't you agree? Why are you here? Rest easy, Chairman Edelweiss of Carlin Trade. I have come for one very simple task. To invite Mr. Silverash to the negotiating table on behalf of Her Grace. A simple, peaceful conversation, all for protecting the bond between our two nations. You have brazenly sent an army to surround Kerag, aimed your cannons at civilians, and dispatched your troops to blockade our markets. It's called gunboat diplomacy. Are these actions meant to be part of this peaceful conversation? Mr. Edelweiss, Her Grace simply wishes to let the true Master of Kerag know that a speeding warship cares not where the people atop its deck run. For most, their best choice is to hold the handrail tight. Profound understanding can come over the passage of eons, or it can come in the blink of an eye. It all depends on the commands you have received, Sir Edelweiss. Get to the point, Victorian. You shouldn't need me to teach you how to say what you're here to say. I would much rather call it sending a request. Mr. Edelweiss, a request from Victoria is a rather rare sight these days. We cordially invite Mr. Silverash to a spirited discussion with Her Grace about the future of Kerag. We shall ensure the meeting goes smoothly. Her Grace has also commanded that none be harmed. Then we too have our own request. Victoria to immediately cease this military invasion. Oh, I regret to inform you that such a thing hinges on the results of Mr. Silverash and Her Grace's talks. I'm unqualified to make such a promise in Her Grace's stead. Right now, my only hope is that there shall be peace warm enough for me to spend the winter. A place for me warm enough to spend the winter. A fleeting hope that it shall be in Kerag. Okay, Silverash has to meet up with Caster. Adso is guiding Promenix squad towards Kara's lair. Alberta is hiding out with Ratatos. And what's her face? The Colombian researcher has absconded and was exfiltrated by the CIA. How should you present yourself when you face her? I have asked myself that countless times until tears of remorse flowed down my face, for I could not find the answer. Just like how, as I waver in the cold wind, I cannot find anything. The heart of Karlan is a mere mystic rhetoric. A painting within a dream, a mire amidst the mountains. Divine Bead Court says that when you are on the brink of death, you shall see her face. I believe this is my last chance. Yet I am unable to prove anything to you. I see only my mother by the bonfire, My wife underneath the curtains. The life I should have. You have come to the end of this faithless follower's epitaph, one written by him for him. His last request to you is to wipe away the snow upon this tomb. A lonely grave stands by the road. Enya and Adso stop in front of it.
All I did was bury him. He only had time to carve himself a marker before he died.
So the bones we saw along the way are all...
The bones of humans. Only human beings would use value and meaning to paralyze themselves, to climb Carlin, to walk to her side, to witness her existence. They are willing to give their lives.
The Saintess's right hand brushes upon against the worn wooden marker, completing its master's last wish. Cold wind sweeps past her fingertips, as if urging her to grab hold of something. She lifts her head towards the snow-capped peaks as her ears catch the sound of a young woman laughing. Elder, did you hear? She swallows down her unfinished question. The laughter echoes between the mountains, then fades, until it becomes nothing more than a memory.
I didn't hear anything. Please proceed, Saintess.
Enya hesitates for a moment before nodding, continuing onwards towards the darkening horizon, towards the peaks laden with thick snow. The wind picks up, tangling itself in the Saintess's clothes. It leaves behind snow stuck to her brow, like how it sticks to the withered trees she walks past. You need me to try harder? We can't keep up with any of if I have to keep pulling you. We're only 2 steps behind. No need to stand so close. Oh, right. Just now, they were talking to something, right? I think I saw it too. But there's nothing here except snow and rocks. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Elena forces herself forward a few more steps. Behind her, the snow where she stepped is suffused with the deep blue glow. At the same time, she has the faint sensation of someone watching her, though the only one by her side is Joanna, gritting her teeth as she pulls Elena's arm. Blue glow in the snow? The billowing wind has numbed her brain. It must have been her imagination, as thought runs through her mind, Elena hears a sigh. We're hearing whispers in the winds, laughter and sighs.
You took it upon yourself to enter a gamble you are fated to lose, Saintess.
This is...
Indeed. The depths of the mountains. The location of the heart of Carlin.
I did as you asked, Enya. I dragged her all the way here. We're here. Just stand there. Don't just stand there. Huh? Wait, this is... It can't be. Elena puts all her strength into shaking her head and patting her cheeks before taking out a bevy of instruments, waving them against the cave wall. It is an ordinary cave, one that can be seen anywhere in Kerag. Its only unusual property is its proximity to Mount Carlin's peak. Enya heads deeper within, her breathing picking up pace as she does. The deepest part of the cave is only 100 meters from the entrance, barely wide enough to fit 5 or 6 men. The rocks are covered in a thin layer of moss and lichen, and the air is permeated with the humid scent of fungi and soil.
You are not the first who wished to find her, and neither was I. My greatest wish during my youth was to witness her true form, to prostrate myself before her, and so I checked every book in the Hall of Writings, read every line of every poem, all to find proof of her existence. Many before me have left behind records and analyses. One mentioned this place before. The only cave atop Mount Carlin.
Wait. Hold up. Are we implying that Kara's been already dead this entire time? Is that why Adso has been desperately trying to find proof that she existed? Because when a Farenmit dies, all mental memory of them gets erased from the world?
I followed the endless rugged mountain trails before finally finding myself here.
The records say that the clerics of the court once sought refuge in the depths of Carlin.
Just so. Perhaps you still recall the story of the Saintess who roused Karagander.
According to legend, when Karagander sent divine punishment, the Vinebead court chose 100 girls in succession to ascend the mountain and pray. The last of the girls was the one who quelled her fury. But in truth, that final girl was the daughter of the clan leader, which incited the great clans to ally and lay siege to the court.
During the massacre, the surviving clerics fled here, after which came the so-called miracle. Peace returned to Kierak.
And how would you explain this miracle?
Look at Kierag as it is now, and the answer shall be clear. Who has ever heard of a war that came to an end for no reason? If even the murder of a girl can transform into a sublime miracle, so too can political compromise become the stuff of legend.
Murder. So that is how you see the actions of the court of old.
Indeed. They use murder to seek comfort, to allow ignorance to spur the heart. This is the bloody debt the court has borne in the name of Karagander. With no god to promise us eternity, every step is on thin ice, with no room for inattention. I have brought you here to learn the truth behind Karagander, Saintess.
Okay. This man genuinely believes that there is no such thing as a Karagander. He was such a devout follower that he horseshoed all the way back to being a non-believer, thinking that the religion was set up just to control Kierag. And that's been the role of the Vinebead court for so long. He can't possibly believe that Karagander is real. But that's what we're here to find out. We're here to find her body.
And now, I shall wait for you, no matter how long you struggle to process it.
Bro thinks he won the debate. Look, I've showed you the evidence. There's no Karagander. Here's this empty cave. Wait a minute. Let's hear what Elena has to say. Enya, come over here quick. This pile of rocks at the deepest part of the cave doesn't seem natural. It's more like a door that someone built.
The clerics of old made this place into a sanctuary. Finding things here is hardly strange.
In other words, behind this door is most likely the hiding place of the ancient clerics, and a place where countless secrets of Kierag are hidden.
What is more likely is that behind the door, you will find absolutely nothing.
Then let us bear witness, Elder Adso. Schrodinger's Fahrenheit, what's behind the door? Two options exist. Karagander is a Fahrenheit that existed, or the religion of Karagander has been a lie. Both those truths actually do not contradict. Enya half shuts her eyes as she walks past the old man, droning on about history. slowly approaching the end of the cave. She takes a deep breath, then presses her body against the cave wall, like a reunion hug after a long time. Soil sticks to her hands and cheeks. Moss pokes out from under her hair. It is as if she were fast asleep atop the earth. I can feel it. According to my readings, Enya, behind this super thin rock wall there seems to be a giant cavern. But there's no other way in. I can blow this door open if we have to. Wait, this is holy ground. Do it. Oh, Enya! Oh, Karagander above. Pardon the intrusion. It's all in the name of truth. It's time for the reveal. What has happened to Karagander? I'm in position. As Her Grace's latest instruction states, Ratatos's feigned death must have a reason. She's most likely carrying important information on her person and is to be captured alive. On her person, more like, Alberta's with us. This is the front. The courtyard is empty. Prepare for direct contact. Do not attract attention. End it quick. The only thing to watch out for is the Black Knight, who is most likely still here. Are you traumatized by your last run-in with Degenbrecker, huh, Trilby Asher? But where is she? The intruder looks about warily, holding his weapon tight. Not good. A black Degenbrecker flies at unbelievable speed towards him. The intruder is sent flying by the incredible force, slamming against the walls. Ah! I heard more fighting outside. What in the blazes is going on? Quiet down. The trickiest enemies for us to handle are outside right now. Degenbecker's risking her life to protect us. The only thing you can do right now is to sit down, shut up, and not be discovered. I heard the broadcast say that I'm a hostage? Abducted by Karag? Why? Your fellow Victorians got their weapons out and started up their tanks. They're not letting anything out of this place. So are they here to rescue you, or are they here to help keep people in the know locked up in here so that they could get their other plans done? The answer is obvious. You mean they're using my rescue as an excuse to invade Karag? It's what you said. Seems reality agrees with you. How did it all come to this? If you've got a way to get the information out, you could ask your fellow countrymen that question. Where's Heidi when we need her? When I came to this place, I thought I could help the oppressed people. With my camera and my words, I would be able to let more people know about the true Karag. I believed all that I did had meaning. Should I be thanking you for your kindness or something? Alright, I'll treat you as an actual kind-hearted lady then. So don't play dumb with me now. Why do you think what you've seen... What? Why do you think what you've seen is the true Karag? And who do you think is doing the oppressing here? Victoria. I mean, she came here under the orders of Castor to record propaganda to show to the Victorians about how the savage tyrant Silverash has been oppressing the primitive Karagandan people. Us, the great liberators, the great British liberators, are here to set the Victorians free. They can't set themselves free on their own. We need to liberate them. We need to liberate them ourselves, as is our moral obligation as Victorians. Because they're savages, of course. Goddamn. Melting snow atop the roof becomes water dripping into the courtyard, causing ripples into the intruder's pooling blood. Before him, the face shrouded in light looks back right at him. Within the great hall, the candle flames are like chained bloodthirst, raging and roiling. Such power. No wonder the reports on Kerag emphasize the Black Knight's presence. I knew you would try to sneak in. You. To tell you the truth, I can't tell which one of you is which underneath those masks. That colleague of yours who came to Kerag before, surely he told you this land is not one you could trample as you please. Indeed. I thought you were the same one. You're different. Your fame is known to us. We made sure to make ample preparations. Oh! Multiple Trilby Ashers. So you intend to win through numbers. None of us could hope to claim victory over you. It is only a mission, nothing more. Your clothes may mark you as elites, but here's something you wouldn't know without feeling some pain. If you wish to pass, it will only be as a corpse. Come! It's rare that I have the chance to go all out. I suppose I should consider you all willing to die. She takes up a killing stance as the air is filled with the muffled cries of unsheathed weapons. With drawn blades and cold gleams, they slowly step forward, stepping onto the puddles reflecting a muddled sky. Upon this holy ground, a savage melee is about to begin. The humid air warms and dries, falling snow melts, steam rises, droplets splash about. From the clash of steel against flesh come sparks of scarlet. Get him, Dagenbreaker! Twist their balls! They are going all out. Action technology in my visual novel? Not bad. Again. I never thought it would be like this. Should I not have come to Kerag, Madame Ratatos? That's a question you need to answer yourself along with your country. On the Kerag side of things, I might also be considered using one as pure-hearted as you, so I can't really blame Victoria for doing it. So what exactly does the information I have mean to Victoria and to Kerag? They're just making a fuss out of you to make it look like the facts are already settled. Don't take it too seriously. We're hostages, nothing more. I feel like this is all rather absurd. Well, that's one way to sum it up. If your camera still works, this would make some excellent material for you. If I walked out that door, the rest of you would be fine, right? If you did, they'd point their swords at you and confiscate your material. You yourself might even disappear without a trace, with nobody else knowing what happened to you. With things having come to a head, you're the one who's meant to understand them the most, not me. So are we supposed to sit here and do nothing? I don't think the Victorians want to lose you, Miss Hostage. Just calm down, and wait, and then. I don't care what your plan is, NCO it is, it's time to put it in action. Can we roll out the battleships now?
Reporting in. We built some temporary fortifications. Just like you ordered, Sir Arknights.
Oh my god, the deadbeat's finally back in the plot.
The enemy fleet hasn't fired yet. Instead, they're marching towards a place 3 clicks from us. How should we respond? More explosive reserves? We've moved over all we could. We're risking our lives, but at least we can delay the Victorian advance for a while. Good. Go get the troops in formation. Meanwhile, I'll have a chat with these Victorians.
Ship stops in front of him, its dark gray armor plating reflecting the sun's light. This is one of the rare moments in Arknights' life he is forced to look up.
Who is your commander? Tell him to come out for a chat.
My commanding officer does not wish to come to blows with you, Arknights Palerosh.
That all depends on why you've come to Kerag. Don't tell me you're all just lost in the woods.
Her Grace has already made everything clear in her open letter. We must defend Victoria's interests while helping Kerag stabilize following the catastrophe. All we ask is for the mastermind behind Kerag's troubles, Enceodus Silverash, to receive the trial he deserves, which I believe is in line with Clan Palerosh's thinking.
The only thing I'm thinking is this. If you take even one step forward, you'll pay the full price of it. The only way you'll be going further into Kerag is over my dead body.
Finally doing some work, deadbeat. Back already. What are the commander's orders? No changes. We keep guard in this final checkpoint. Why'd I give him an American accent?
Once all the people are in, they'll definitely find Kerag's arsenal.
They've been searching for ages now, but they still haven't found anything.
Yeah, even if Kerag can't make any big blows like they said, I'm not willing to bet that Enceodus guy doesn't have anything up his sleeve.
Another transport truck?
This one's all yours, buddy. I'm all tired from checking all those beans last truck.
Ah, fine. The guard waves down the truck, slowly approaching him. It immediately comes to a halt. Sorry, mister, but as per Her Grace's orders, all vehicles passing this point are to be searched. Unload your cargo. Ah! Ah! A thick baton smacks onto his head with a bonk. Before the other guard can cry out for help, a shadow appears behind them, tightening itself around his neck. The Chagata!
You cleared the road again, sir. Just like the plan said.
Update Sir Gnosis on the situation. Sir? Is this? Harold? Get those supplies transported. We can't keep him waiting. Harold? I don't think it's Gnosis. She is unsure, whose blood is blurring her sight as it runs down her cheek into the corner of her mouth. She tastes an iron tang she has not tasted in a while. Dagenbreaker! Her twin Dagenbreakers quiver as they fend off blades coming at her from all directions. While her enemy's wily tricks have left wounds all over her body, she has not taken a single step back. Aura. 7 or 8 of her foes lie slumped on the floor around her. You're at your limit, Black Knight. In truth, you can still choose to lay down your arms and surrender. You're all mouth. Lock up your silver tongues and come at me if you're brave enough. Even you must bleed. Would you not regret dying here, Knight? Meaningless drivel when said to someone who holds their own life cheap. Get him, Dagenbreaker! Twist her balls. She takes advantage of her foe's moment of complacency, sending him flying. Most times, she could not let out a blow this strong, but now her strength is fueled by rage that had not burned in a long time. The mere sight of a scar-laden knight's furious form is enough to strike fear in the hearts of her enemies. Some of them take a half step back.
What are you so afraid of?
Aura! What? Dagenbreaker? They're not killing Dagenbreaker. No. The knight takes a shaky step forward, leaving behind 2 trails of blood upon the ground. Her eyes shine brighter than ever, but it is the shine of bloodshot eyes. Her body is fast losing its ability to stand, yet her unwavering fervor still flows, from where she does not know. The candles of the hall slowly extinguish. The reflections on the floor become all more blurry. In the end, she staggers. No, they're not killing Vegenberger. Someone's gonna save her. This is Arknights. I had war flashbacks! I thought a Steam Knight would fly through! Several smoke grenades fly into the courtyard, covering everything in a cloud of fumes. Ambushed by the Chagata! Who's there? They aren't court guards. Someone our intelligence is in account for is intervening. We can't continue the mission. Abort mission. Retrieve the wounded. A force they didn't account for. Made it right on time. No! It's him. It's him. I doubted him all throughout the event. I was wondering where his ass was. He's been working with the Victorians that want to defend Kerag. No shot, it's my man's. Made it right on time. Victoria's elite hooligans won't be sorted that easily. We need to find somewhere safe. Wake up. This is no time for a nap. No! I'm wrong! What? I thought... What? I thought it was Harold! Okay, he is a fraud. Harold is a fraud, for sure. Sharp? Rhodes Island? Silver Ash called for backup? I thought it was Rhodes Island's Rhodes Island policy that we don't intervene with political struggles directly. But this does involve a catastrophe, so Sharp? My man's hold up. My monitor is glitching out. I have to readjust the cable. He's here to save his wife. My man's. Okay, something's wrong with the cord. I think there's electrical glitches. Fuck! Oh, my screen is gone. Oh, my screen is back. Oh, it's glitching out. Hold up. Oh. I think it's electrical interference coming from the mic cable onto the display port cord. Okay, it seems stable now. My man, Sharp! Sharp?
Take it easy with talking. You're wounded.
Did the doctor send you?
Silver Ash has been in contact with the doctor this whole time. After hearing about the catastrophe in Kerag, the doctor figured we were into trouble.
He's so cool! These two made a warrior's bond after fighting one-on-one.
Well, we do have our hands full at the moment. The doctor did promise that if you ever found yourselves in a pinch, he wouldn't just stand back and watch. I've already called Rhodes Island for reinforcements. Should be here any time now.
What about Enceodis?
Need to worry. I believe Silver Ash has managed to take the reins of this situation. Just hang in there, Degenberger. We're through the hardest part now.
What the fuck? I didn't expect Rhodes Island involvement at all in this event. We did call the backup. Okay, Harold is a total fraud. Maybe he's still the mole that we have among the Victorians, but I'm sorry. Oh, we're at the battleships. Are we finally gonna unleash the battleships to protect Kerag's sovereignty?
Are we able to maintain our current output? Yes, sir. Ammunition stocks will be as expected, but Chairman Edelweiss, I can't help but doubt things. If what we're facing is the Duke of Caster's fleet, then, even if we raise our efficiency tenfold, we still wouldn't be able to compete with them. No need to worry. Just follow the plan. We'll handle the rest.
Interesting.
I've worked for Carlin Trade for 11 years now, Chairman. I know what it's brought to Kerag. I believe in the both of you.
This time. This motherfucker commanding the fleet.
It seems you're ready now.
Oh, time for an outfit change. Is he gonna put on his Bloodline of Combat attire? Which is technically what his altar is based off on.
I suppose you don't need me for any further reminders, Master of Clan Silverash. Since this is going to be a negotiation, I thought I would change into something more formal. Caster's army has laid siege to Kerag, while our advanced forces have control over several of our streets, forcing the civilians back into their homes. Arknights has brought his men to confront the Victorians, but they are a frail force in comparison. Duke's envoy came by Carlin Trade, asking me to pass you an invitation to the negotiating table. He's waiting for you, Prince Otis. It sounds like the situation is still within our expectations. Look at you, admiring the lonely battleship. Does it not seem too weak as it is now?
Do we only have one battleship? Is that all our work amounted to? One battleship, one lone battleship to protect Kerag's sovereignty. It's admirable.
Lately, I've found myself often thinking about a day from many years ago. The day my parents received an invitation from Clan Browntail. My father told me that the reason why the Browntails and the Pale Roaches did not support us was because they had not seen what he had seen. If someone can take a step forward, even if it is only a single step, even if it is the most infamous Luca Browntail, they knew of the worst-case scenario, but they did not hesitate. Now I'm at the age at which they passed away. Looking back, it seems that some things haven't changed.
The subtext here being that Silverash is a Dilf now. He is of Dilf age. He's the same age as his parents. He's middle-aged, and yet he's aged like fine wine. Why? Dilf Knights.
At least I know why they did not hesitate. In the wake of their passing, I followed my clan as we left Kerag to head to Victoria. It was a rough start. I was learning almost out of habit as I got used to the disdainful looks of my Victorian classmates. The only thing that kept me going was the knowledge that one day I would return to Kerag. But in the end, you went to Victoria too. Here I shall never forget the look on your face when I first greeted you at school.
This motherfucker followed Gnosis to Victoria so that they could both study at a highfalutin university, get a high education, to bring that intellect back to lead Victoria, Kerag. They never forgot. They never left each other alone.
I was simply surprised by the way you greeted me, asking if I remembered our childhood promise like some sort of naive fool. You still want to make Kerag big enough for the both of us?
Oh! Oh! This is S tier yaoi.
But it was also what convinced me that everything you said, the future you envisioned, was no mere fantasy. Thus I hitched my rope onto Carlin trade. Leads me to today. Days far from enough, Gnosis. I'm about to meet the house, the most ruthless of creditors. No matter if I'm there to see it or not, I will give Kirag a tomorrow. Finally, I want you to know that it's not just us supporting you. Many other people of Kirag do too. Carlin Trade's years of toil were not for nothing. If you were to ask me what I had wished to hear at this very moment, you always were able to get people to tell you exactly that. You have an example? Like when you told Degenbrecher you would treat her as nothing more than a pawn, and that when her contract expired, it was up to her if she stayed in Kirag. But you already knew her answer. Perhaps why I wish to hear such words is precisely because I'm not so sure you would give me such answers.
Would you stay by my side, Gnosis? Would you stay by my side if I asked you? If I set you free?
Are you afraid? When I declared I would make Kirag into a grand stage big enough for us, more than 20 years ago, I had signed away all rights to be a fool. You've experienced it yourself. Sure you have not forgotten. But at times, I too need a few words of encouragement. So have Degenbrecher and I managed to provide you with them? Without a doubt. I am truly glad to have you both. Perhaps in the Kirag to come, we will no longer need to make these unserious deals or rely on the Vine Bead Court. Have faith. Perhaps you two will have the better of me. Enough with the self-flattery and COs. Go and see the Kirag of your dreams for yourself. If you are a coward who dares not face his own dream, then so be it. Degenbrecher and I have our own things to do. Like right now, I should go. As you wish.
The yearning! Oh! They're both DILF, right? This is Old Man Yaoi! Was that before or after? I got so into the yaoi that I forgot where we were at. Okay. OS-10 by Karagander. By Karagander, blessed be her name. Let's blow up the wall and then find Kara's cavern. The rock wall collapses with the first blast, revealing a deep cavern to the spelunkers. Just like I thought. Looks like you can really go deeper. Can't see much further than the tunnel entrance. We'll need to go down if we want to explore. Enya? Her question echoes through the cave. The Saintess does not answer, for she is watching the babbling old man purse his lips tight. Seek not my temple, but my heart. I await you, Elder Adso. His legs are like wizened tree roots, his dried out throat like a shallow pool in the dry season. There he stands, unmoving.
I shall stay here, keep watch, while you enter to do what you must do.
But didn't you make a vow with Enya that you'd prove whatever is inside isn't Karagander? You don't come with us.
I have already made myself clear. I shall keep watch outside.
He doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to look outside the cave. Or inside the cave, for this metaphor. He's perfectly content with the shadows that he sees coming from the light above. This old man is content with the shadows he sees in the caves. He does not want to look.
If she truly does exist, then she should come out herself to greet me.
Elder, it seems as though rather than learning the truth, you would much rather be blind to evidence of her.
No, I would not. I would never. There are no answers here.
Then why did you bring us here, yet refuse to bear witness?
No, she does not exist. Daughter of Silver Ash, and you too, do not pretend you have not seen. The hunters who tan furs with frozen fingers, the gleaners who choke upon dust, and the Orbithy haunted by their torn skin. Have you not seen them? They who kneel upon the dirt until their knees bleed, all to beg and plead to Karagander for salvation.
But they never got any.
No, to end their miserable lives early, even. While you were huddled together in your warm houses, making merry, it was I, in the Vinebead Court, who would go where to you were unwilling to even look at, to the homes of the impoverished and the destitute. It was I who soothed them. I who kept preaching to them that none shall be abandoned, even if you were born into a lifetime of suffering, that there is still a God who loves you.
He doesn't want to learn that there was a God this whole time. And he doesn't want to learn that that God wasn't a God after all. And that people's prayers fell on to nothing. Pyramids are not gods. They're refugees, mostly. What did they flee from? From beyond the star pod to land onto Terra?
It was we who built the nation where people can greet their ends with a smile. But Karagander, this arbitrary liege lord, this king who sees all as her cattle, she should save these people, save all of Garag, but she hasn't. Yet, she is aloof, magicking up some miracle every once in a while to show her power. Why is it only ever barely a handful of people saved? Now you even you wish to go see this monster, this tyrant, to ask her to deny me, to deny the order we have so painstakingly built. I cannot.
What more is left that could support this old man? He collapses into the dirt, crying out in anguish, as if his frail body were struck by some invisible hammer.
Speak. Tell me. Why does she not know? Why does she not understand?
She's not a god. She's not your Kamionshi. experiments are mortal. They're like you and I.
Why do you stay silent?
Great Elder, why is he so upset? Elder Adso, I understand where you're coming from. We are not allowed to witness the true face of God. Only through her admonishments, her creations can we describe her. But I still wish to believe that no matter what I see at the other end of the cave, my faith shall not be swayed. The virtues and commandments, the knowledge and wisdom she has conferred upon us, they have meaning. That's it. That's the whole crux of this event and the point of organized religion, dog. It's not about whether or not we could prove the existence of our gods. It's about what we take away from religion as a support system and guiding force in people's lives. It's how it fills your god hole, man. Like, who cares? Who cares if God is real or not? What did you learn about coexisting with others in a religion? What did you learn about treating others? How you should live your life? That's the most important part you should take away from organized religion. It's not the dogma. It's not concrete. It's not anything concrete. That's the point. That's why they call it faith, dog. Damn, I got bars my own. That's why they call it faith. I merely wish to see clearly what road the children of Kirag have followed. Enya turns and walks into the deep cavern without the slightest hesitation, towards where her faith lies. Meanwhile, back at the Gloriana, her Grace Hag herself is about to meet with Ensiotis. How long has it been now? It has been 5 hours and 57 minutes since we sent our ultimatum, Your Grace. I must say, I did not expect Ensiotis to choose to respond this way. It is a pity things had to end like this. Relay the order. All men are to... That... Your Grace, we've sighted one of Kirag's high-speed battleships. You don't mean... How many? Just... the one, Your Grace. We only have one battleship to stand in the way of British imperialism. Even without the aid of binoculars, those standing atop the deck can see it. In the distance, a battleship slowly emerges from a snow-draped valley, its hue that of silver ash. Perhaps everyone is thinking the same thing at this moment. This ship, no matter if you can compare it to a fleet it is facing, or the mountains behind it, it is rather on the small side. Silver ash. Your Grace, the ship is hailing us from a public frequency. Their message states that this is Kirag's high-speed battleship, and her captain is Ensiotis Silverash. He sends its greetings to the Victorian Duke of Castor. Oh? But does this stunt of his mean he is here to negotiate, or to start a war? He says he hopes he can have a pleasant discussion with Your Grace, and he hopes that discussion can take place aboard Your Grace's Gloriana. Very well. Welcome our guest aboard. It's been a while, most esteemed Duke of Castor. I trust you have been well, Ensiotis. It truly has been quite a while. Whenever a youth such as yourself stands before me,
It reminds me that time is fleeting. Oh, how is one meant to endure such a thing? Though much time has passed, I shall never dare forget that aid you gave me at that time, alongside your kindness towards Carlin Tree. You were far too hasty when leaving Victoria. You only remembered to bring along Castor's aid with you, while leaving our friendship behind. I had even hoped that one day you would invite me to Kerag as your guest. But since you are here, then I should extend you a host's courtesy. A host's courtesy, you say? I find myself rather curious, since you have been expelled from Carlin Trade, and the Silver Ash clan is branded as traitors in bed with Victoria. Then who have you come to me as? It is simple.
Ah, man.
I am here as the sole authority of Kerag. I shall speak for this nation as we discuss matters.
My man has declared himself king. Sole authority. Did we run this by Arknights and Ratatos? Or is this just a gambit?
By Karagander, this place is huge! It's beyond imagination. Was this really an artificial refuge? At the very least, it was hidden by human hands. Do you see any ruins the court may have hidden here, Enya? No, I don't. Wait, did you hear that?
I hear a heartbeat.
The sound like rocks falling onto the snow? No, it's more like, based on these readings, it's rhythmic, like a heartbeat. Even the stone here. These veins on it are like actual blood vessels, fluorescing to the pulse of the sound. How could you explain it? My instruments are picking up biosignals. It's going to be hard to believe, but there's only one answer. You're inside the body of a living being. But how can that be?
Karagander is the entire mountain range.
Whoa! What is this? Nearly tripped over it. Seems like there's some sort of statue here. I nearly bumped into it too. Let me turn on my emergency light.
Shimmering light dispels the darkness, revealing the thing that is blocking their path.
Huh? An ice sculpture? Why is it crawling across the ground? It's not the only one. Look, there's another one there. Seems like there's even more of them this way.
They are not separate ice sculptures. It is one gigantic body. Jormungandr. The world worm, Karagander.
They're clothed the same way the ancient peoples of Kerag are described in historical records, but did those people have the technique to sculpt this? Craft and sculpture of the time were cruder. Enya, what do you... Enya? I'm afraid that these are not statues. They're not? They are past saintesses.
Wait, what?
They're from the last time Karagander vanished. Those who offered themselves up as sacrifices to beg her to return to Kerag.
Okay, they haven't found the body yet. They have found a bunch of dead girls. Enya brushes her fingers against the sculpture's face. Her wrinkles, her flesh, her cheeks puffed up by gritted teeth, her eyelashes, her tears staining her cheeks, unevaporated. A girl dead from hypothermia. Her delusional relief and trembling from the cold merged into a single expression. They were encased in ice after their deaths, preserving their faces and postures. They were all looking in the same direction. Okay, so Kara didn't kill them. They died of hypothermia.
They were all looking for her answer.
The women follow the gazes of the sculptures, turning to look behind them. What is that? I've never seen anything like that shaped like that in Kierag. Karagander just snoozing. Honk shoo. Me. It is Karagander. It is what the people of the past saw, and also, its height and scale are beyond ancient techniques. It couldn't possibly be a relic of the past. This cave has been sealed off for ages. Who did this? And why? Is that just a statue, or is that the body? A frigid wind from nowhere, laden with fine snow, slams into them. And you look out! Jump scare. The statue is calling me. The sound of a beating heart gradually becomes an ear-splitting din. She cannot hear the shouts of her companions, not even her own breathing. The only thing her senses take in is the icy statue's radiance, alongside an irresistible urge. The moment the Saintess's hands stroke the base of the statue, a great shock envelops all present. A vibrant scene rushes into the Saintess's mind. Here we go. God, where'd it go hiding now? I just saw it. Its shadow darted through the grass and vanished. Did I lose track of it again? Past experience advises her to stoop down. She was still a child the first time she set foot in the forest. Was it her father? Was it her father taught her then? What?
Listen up, Joanna. Hunting isn't easy. You need to be careful. You need to be brave. You need to be determined. And you need to be merciful. You need to pay attention to the tracks left behind by every animal. Footprints in the snow, scratches on barks, fallen hairs, spur and traces of buried food.
She walks by an expanse of snow, trees, and bare soil, still no sign of her prey. Her gigantic prey, nearly the size of a small mountain, seems to have disappeared into thin air. Don't rush. Even if you can't find anything, don't rush, Joanna. You're a hunter. You'll find your game. For she has promised you that you may enter the forest with bow and crossbow. The forest shall give you the meat and fat you require. You... I see it! Over there! Shadow fleeting from the underbrush is swift, shooting out over the trail, towards the depths of the forest on the other side. The girl waves her arm behind her as she shouts. Dad! Head into the forest from the other side! Let's pincer it! Voice replies from the empty forest.
Go, Joanna! You and me, we'll catch it! Go, you'll catch it. You're such a faithful girl. Never missing prayers or ceremonies. Always concentrating when you carve statues of her. Even telling her your thoughts every night. She will grant you a full belly, happiness, and tomorrow to wake up to. As of your piety, time that you have given her.
If I can actually hunt that thing down, we won't have to go hungry this winter. It'll be enough to feed my brothers and sisters. I can even give some to the old lady next door, and the lady who just had a baby across the road. The horns can be carved into figures of Karagander, and the skin can be made into a new set of clothes for my sister. There is a warmth in her chest to go with her joy, as if something were swelling within, fit to burst. Her legs are faster than ever. Her hands do not tremble. She closes in on her prey. Nearly got it! Please, bless my hand, Karagander. Her crossbow bolt flies through the air, its scream shattering the serenity of the snowfield. The girl sprints after her quarry in a bush. She can almost reach its thick fur. Ah!
There's nothing in her grasp. Only a chunk of originium crystals in her arm, growing like a wildfire.
Is this a test from Kara? What? Why are we having nightmares?
What use is your faith? Karagander will not protect you. The land shall have its fill, and you are but its prey. This room is very familiar to me. Though I have never seen it, I'm well aware of what this is.
Cramped, gloomy room is filled with the scent of pine oil, thick to the point that you could barely walk through it. It is joined with a dry heat that resists description.
This is one of my thoughts.
The old man gets up from his chair. He steps forward as if he were about to measure the size of his room with his feet. 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps, 10.
10 steps. 10 is enough. A narrow compartment, soundproofed, insulated, unknown to others, suited for clandestine discussions. If I had to put it that way, if I had extended the invitation that way, the Silver Ashes. What did I say when Luca came to meet with him? Did I advise him to not commit the unpardonable sin, or did I not? Did I advise him to return to the righteous path, or did I not? Did I agree with him, or did I not? Did I believe the new things that couple brought with them would destroy the soul of Kerag, or did I not? Did I tell him to build a hidden room within the parlor of the Browntail Manor, or did I not? Did I tell him how to store pine resin, flammable materials, dry wood, and fire starters, or did I not?
Fragrance intensifies, to the point that it stings the nose. We forgot our deal.
Brother, you were supposed to take control of the Vine Bead Court and work with me, so that all of Kerag would serve under the Browntail name. Why are you always such a do-nothing coward? No, it wasn't supposed to be like this. You know how much blood is on your hands just getting us to this point? Look at those 2 girls, Ratatos, Cirrus. They're your own flesh and blood. You're not going to close your eyes as the Silver Ashes and Pale Roches put them to the sword when they grow up, are you? All my life, I have told many lies, cheated many people, including those I love and those who love me, those I trusted and those who trusted me. I once sincerely believed that great power was the answer to everything. But I was wrong. My decades in the Hall of Writings washed my heart clean of my arrogance and stupidity. I understood that the only thing left in my life was a mission. A mission to serve the truth, that the very virtue of that Karagander carved upon each and every one of our souls. So, to repent deeply for the injurious plots against my neighbors, for my despicable tearing away of parent and child, for my lust for power, for the lies that poured from my deceitful tongue. If If Karagander truly existed, how could she ignore all I did?
Bro thought that he would not be involved in meeting Karagander. Brother, you're getting dragged into the mind space whether you like it or not. I'm gonna watch over the front and the front of the cave and keep watch. Nope, into the nightmare you go. Fire. A fire out of nowhere. Or rather, it is a fire lit decades ago. A well-crafted trap that has finally found its prey. A fire that has burned for thousands of days finally sweeps in furiously, engulfing all that Atso sees. No! I almost thought it was the snowfields, but it's a lake. Ursa's clansmen?
Get out of here. It was us who found this unfreezing lake first.
Lake Silver Nezers! Zalek clanswoman? Nonsense. We were the ones who found it first. Our brains and agility let us look out from atop the tallest branches. So we're the real masters of the lake. It's Pale Roche and Browntail.
Sure, you've got good eyes. Lets you spot water and fruit. But you've got weak limbs. You could barely do anything without wobbling like baby. If it wasn't for our strong arms smashing these rocks to open up the mountain pass, nobody would be able to get here.
And that's the Silver Ash.
And what about us? It was us who crossed the streams, us who led the way for you, and us who guard the lake day in and day out. We're the ones who make sure parasites don't dirty the water. So we're the ones who should own the lake.
Why must you fight among yourselves again? Oh, Kiar? There is enough water here for all to drink, and enough forest for all to build homes. My word, these fruits and crops, how are they growing out of nothing?
Is this one of your miracles? We should make you our leader. From now on, we wish to hear your will, to follow your teachings.
It was all of you together who awakened me. I have seen all the hardships you endured as you came here from every corner of the land. Your instincts tell you to slay one another, and yet instincts tell you to aid one another. But what can be achieved through strife can also be achieved through sharing and communication. It is already so difficult to survive upon this land. Must you add harming each other to the mix? From here on, you need not regard yourselves as enemies. Enjoy what this land has to offer as equals. It was the beginning of it all. She appeared amidst the people, worked her miracles, resolved their disputes. The three clans begin to live together. And then on, this land had a name. None of them were native to Karag.
Your Majesty, this book recording the history of Karag is complete. Pray look over it once. Once. We do not dare forget a single line of your teachings. We shall abide by your every commandment.
No need. You must remember my words and the road you have followed here. But most importantly, remember the first kindness you felt in your hearts. You must reflect upon yourselves. See clear your own hearts and make them clean. So long as you hold goodness in your hearts, you shall not walk down false paths. I have nothing more to teach you. The road ahead is yours alone to walk. I believe it is time for me to rest. So does Kara hibernate in cycles? Is that why current Kara seems to have disappeared?
Her Majesty has left. She told us to live as we have. But if there is nobody to command the three great clans, how can we have faith in others? No, we must hurry back to our lands and warn our people. We must beware invasion from the other clans.
Karagander left, and as she did, she returned authority to her people. The wheel of history turned back to the beginning. It seemed that the peaceful days of the past were but a fleeting dream. Without Kara filling their god hole, they went back to fearing each other. They went back to being fearful of all the other clans without Kara guiding them. It's just like what's happening today in real time. Humanity returned to where it started. So yeah, definitely, Prominix the Priestess is gonna be the linchpin in probably saving the faith of the current Kerag masses, because they're kind of in a stupor right now.
Indeed, you are the next Saintess. Please prepare your baggage.
My family still needs me. It's sowing season after all. They won't be able to till the soil without me. And if that happens, they'll starve come winter.
What about
the lady from before? Where did she go after she came back from the mountains? Didn't you say that only she needed to climb? We
We need an answer. I need someone to bring that answer back to us. She was unable to fulfill her duty, and so the task falls to another.
They kept throwing young saintesses into the mountain on the pilgrimage, just to desperately beg Karagander back for her blessings. Time and time again, Karag, throughout history, has always suffered. It's not that Karag has always been protected from catastrophe, no. It's that Karag has never been protected from suffering like every other part of the world. But they kept throwing saintesses towards the snowstorms to die of hypothermia.
It is a great duty. The weight of the lives of all Kerag rests upon your shoulders. Please, come with me, Saintess.
Rubbish. Complete nonsense. I can't believe that you would lie like that to a little girl. Don't listen to him. Go tell your family that you shouldn't throw your life away like that. It's a different girl this time.
Oh, watcher above the clouds, god of Karag, Karagander. I ask that you return to us.
Time and time again, Karag would experience suffering. And the role of the Saintess wasn't just as a guiding beacon of faith for the Karag people. Its role was to be a sacrifice. A human sacrifice.
I beseech you, respond to my voice. Cold. Mama, so cold.
And so countless of young girls were thrown into the mountains.
What must we do, Karagander? Seriously, I keep shivering so much. If the bells bother Karagander, if she gets mad, what do I do? No matter the wrongs we have done, I beg you, do not abandon us. O great Karagander. Enough. Enough. Don't come any further. You'll die.
Oh, Kiar. She didn't want sacrifices. But the people of Kerag kept throwing them at her. She's not a god. She's mortal. She just wanted to honk shoo me. She gave authority back to the Kerag people to govern themselves, but they were desperate for a higher guidance, a higher being to guide them.
Why all this for a lie? Karagander has never... So, you saw. You're... Kiar?
Kiar! The Omega Hag.
You really only just figured it out?
Did she? I thought she would have known prior to this, but maybe she only confirmed just now.
Enya, you're more muddle-headed than I thought at times.
I think I get it. Karagander created her proxy so that they wouldn't throw any more sacrifices into the snow. I get it. If they had a direct connection, if they had a mouthpiece to Karagander that stood by the side of the priestesses and they became her prophet, they would no longer need to sacrifice young girls. The icy wind slowly comes to a stop. An azure lake gleams above the vast, tranquil snowfield. Kerag's winters are cold and the water freezes over naturally, yet its surface remains a mirror, softly reflecting the blue of the sky. A figure appears at the center of the lake.
Kiar? Kiar, is that you? Enya. Kiar? What should I call you? Kiar or Karagander? Oh, you. Surely you haven't forgotten. Karagander's what the people of the past named me. But Kiar shall always be head maid to Lady Enya.
Enya thought of many things she wanted to say during her long journey here. These thoughts sway through her mind alongside all the questions she wants to ask, like a cup filled to the brim. From time to time, it would make some noise, but now she looks inside after her eternity of waiting. She finds it dry, long dry. What should she say? What could she say? The friend she was searching for stands before her, her warm hands caressing her cheeks, the tip of her nose, just like she always did.
While I can't say it's entirely unexpected, I'm still pleasantly surprised you managed to find this place in the end. I was really worried about you, Kiar. I didn't know where you went, and the people were terrified after the catastrophe struck. I had no choice but to go on the pilgrimage as the saintess. I went by many places, but ultimately discovering these ruins atop Mount Carlin. Did you say you went on the pilgrimage in this season? You idiot. Well, forgive me. As a maid, I should not speak to the saintess in such a manner. Enya, I'm glad you're alright.
Her friend's voice is still as dear as it ever was.
Kiar, those visions I saw just now, were they the Kerag of the past? They were. Those were my memories. Memories of when I walked the land alongside the people countless years ago. The tale of how the Kierag of then became the Kierag of today. You're here in the forbidden land of Karagander's body, and so through her eyes you may witness history 1,000 years past. I'm in Karagander's body? How should I explain it? You started in my arm, crawled your way into my chest.
Okay, the entire mountain range is Karagander.
This lake? Is it an illusion? Is this the Heart of Carlin? The Heart of Carlin is actually the name of this lake. What you see is how it was 1,000 years ago. At the time, in the depths of the mountains, there was a lake that remained unfrozen year-round. Desperate wanderers discovered this precious source of water, and here they took root and multiplied. In time, they came to see it as a heart. The heart pulsed, and Carlin's flesh began to grow. And so the people built an altar here, so that they may honor the miracle that Karagander blessed them with. I saw the statue in the ruins. It was huge and exquisite, completely unlike the statue by Lake Silbernehers that we reference ancient texts for. Was it something only people who have seen the real you could have made? What are you, Kiar? Oh, now that's a question and a half. What a headache. A very, very long time ago, I only knew that my body was massive, no different from the mountains and rivers themselves. The land once teemed with my kin. Before that, darkness descended. They already had names assigned to them by beings of the past.
Before that, darkness descended. What? Before that darkness descended, they already had names assigned to them by beings in the past. I almost thought that they meant the darkness was the Yanni's great hunt, but surely that's not it, right? Is it whatever Oracle and Priestess were afraid of? Was it their civilization that gave name, that birthed the name of the Farenmit?
Farenmits, children of the planet, lords of the land. In comparison, I'm not much older than most of your ancient civilizations. If you were to ask me, I prefer to see myself as a form of life. Really, I much prefer to the name Karagander. Unfortunately, I am not what the people crave. I'm not a god who has the power over all. But they still treat you as one. They believe in the commandments you have given and ascribe everything to you, good or bad. And those saintesses, they
were sacrificed for you.
That was not my intention. I once went to sleep for a time, but apparently my departure terrified the people. As they tried to search for me, to rouse me, they became lost. I sealed this place away, in hopes that the people would forget this terrible mistake of the long past. I know that. Of course I do. You're not some evil, sinister spirit who would smile in the face of innocent girls freezing to death.
Enya raises her hands, holding on to the warm hands, cupping her cheeks.
I am not the god that the people need, nor have I ever given any commandments. I'm nothing but another one of the lives born upon this land. Born without rhyme or reason. How could I possibly have any wise words of survival to pass on? But when I took the form of man and walked among you, I discovered to my surprise that though your people are frail, you possess an innate, near instinctual power, one that allows you to help one another, to overcome all difficulties, and to survive upon this dangerous land. In your language, this power is known as virtue. So, that's how it all came to be. It was not I who taught you, but rather, it was you who taught me the meaning of life. As for the name Kiaragander, and the form that represents her, those are creations of men. But I do not believe them to be lies. The name Kiaragander is how the power you wield manifests itself. Nothing more.
It is the bedrock of the Kerag faith. It's not locked in to a Farenmet mortal god or demigod. It's locked into the virtues that both humankind taught to the Farenmet and what the Farenmet taught back to them. Communication, mutual understanding, the whole fact that Kerag was formed upon 3 different tribes from foreign lands to build a sanctuary for all of them together. Those were the virtues that are at the bedrock of this religion, dog. It's not a god. It's not Kara that should be filling their god holes. It's the positive things you learn. The guiding things that you learn from organized religion. I think this is the Kiaragander you seek. And so she said, my path is, in the end, your path. People tried to confirm her appearance, but ultimately, they were only attempting to clearly see who they themselves were. Kiaragander as a god was a creation of man in their image. It's Kiaragander as a god is the idealistic mirror of what the Kerag people want to be. They wish for themselves to be good and kind, and so they have created the image of Kiaragander, be good and kind. But the paths people walk for the most part, are not level roads. Most of the time, they are like confused burden beasts, circling about the same place over and over. People of Kerag once brought you back among us, and so our faith was steadied. Yar, will you come back? I think she needs to take a nap, once again. I don't think Hypergriff are killing off any playable characters anytime soon. We have a track record of them unable to do that. She's gonna go to sleep for a while, but that doesn't mean she's dead. It's a loophole. Also, Kerag needs to move forward without Kiaragander at the center of their faith. The being Kiaragander. Maybe they keep the idealistic image of Kiaragander in mind, but I think a demigod needs to rest. A mortal needs to rest. You spend so many years watching over Kerag, guiding it. We have to say goodbye. This is the type of shit I expected from the Sui Saga plotline. But the Sui Saga plotline's it's just endlessly droning on. This is some who is real type shit. But you promised me. You told me that you wouldn't just leave all of a sudden. That she wouldn't simply spirit you away. Enya. Listen to me, Enya. I'm afraid I have to break my promise this time. I never meant to lie to you. Never. You are my friend, out of countless of years and countless people. My one and only friend. I wanted to accompany you forever, until the end of your days. I even thought I would be the one left behind, to endure our separation. But what happened?
What could possibly have happened to force you to leave?
That's the question.
There is no such thing as an eternal union. Parting is simply a matter of time. And my time has come. That is all. I just didn't want this day to come so quickly. Things happen at their most suited hour. You're unlike the other children who call out my name. You're not some helpless girl waiting for my answer as you are pushed about. I started out the same as them. But now, you
Whack? Words are hard.
You walk the path of your own choosing. You were able to find the solution in your own heart. You have braved great trials I know nothing of, experienced great danger I could not help you with, and now you stand before me. You are my Enya, my sweet, sweet Enya. You are the little burning beast who managed to jump the fence. You have a heart that resists all discipline, and a bright, witty mind. You are the first saintess to come pray with resentment and bitterness in her heart.
The snow of Carlin are tall and far, as pure white as stacked clouds. The wind blows from deep ravines, gently sweeping by the great land of Karlag. Karag. Words are hard. We're almost done. Snakes. Snowflakes fall from the wind's embrace and melt with spring. They travel through Carlin's streams into the lake, then seep into the depths of the earth. From there, the sun's rays lift the water, the mists returning to the horizon. They pile up into the clouds before turning into the next round of snow. Their hands refuse to let go of each other. The warmth as they lean upon one another lights a spark in their bodies.
Go, Enya. But where? Go drive away the last of the darkness and usher in a new tomorrow.
Wait. What about the UFO? What about the UFO that pierced through the star pod and landed on the mountain range? Wait. Hold up. I still got questions. If it turns out to be the fucking presence, I swear. The illusion disappears. Like waking from a dream, the cave is still as gloomy as it ever was. The Saintess of Karak turns to a massive statue.
Drive away the last of the darkness. Usher in a new tomorrow.
We have to set the Karag faith straight. The peoples are going cray-cray. Broken clumps of snow spiral around her before being dispersed by the wind. A single snowflake remains in the palm of her hand. A perfect, flawless hexagon. It does not melt, nor flit through the air. It simply waits quietly, like a guardian, unmoving for eons.
Not even asking me my opinion before giving this to me. You know I don't like taking the spotlight. You're just so willful. Ah! Thank goodness you're finally awake. Did I pass out? You did. Both of you did when Enya touched the statue. You've been out for about 5 minutes.
Elena didn't get a vision. She's too much of a Reddit atheist to have been given a vision by Karagander.
I didn't think it would be that short a time. Did you see it? I did. I had a terrible nightmare. I was chasing down some game when my illness got worse. My entire arm turned to stone. Then I saw someone who looked a lot like Karagander. She cured me in my dream. Then she comforted me, telling me the stone disease isn't Karagander's punishment, and that I'm not a bad girl. Saintess, could she have been Karagander herself? We found her, right? We did. That must have been Karagander you saw. What are you two talking about? How come I'm the only one who didn't see anything?
Because you have no faith, Elena. You're a Reddit atheist. You would have tried to debate Lord Karagander.
Don't worry about it. She simply gave each of us the answer that we needed.
Even Bozo upstairs at keeping watch of the entrance got a vision.
Enya, maybe I need to revise my hypothesis and calculations. If it wasn't a special vein of ore that protected Karag from catastrophe for a millennium, add to that all we've seen in the cave.
It was actually Karagander. There was no vein of ore to begin with. It was actually Karagander protecting Karag.
Though I still can't bring myself to believe in things like friendos, which are completely incompatible with our scientific system. But having eliminated everything false, then the possibility left must be the truth, no matter how absurd it may be. Enya, could you tell me... The Karagander you saw, what was...
Saintess stretches out her hand, softly stroking the perplexed woman's head, treating her like any other devotee who has come to her for a confession.
I can't explain the Karaganders in our hearts, what the Karagander in our hearts is in scientific terms. But as a scientist, how could you possibly fear the unknown? I would never. Karagander might not be something completely incompatible with science. Perhaps you have discovered a little corner of a field that science has yet to set foot on.
What's with the beeping?
Oh shoot! What is it? When we were climbing the mountain, the catastrophe warning went up another level. Basically, within the next 3 hours, there's 72% chance that Karag will be hit by a second catastrophe.
What? Huh? Can Kiar do one last favor? Can we get one last favor before she goes into her slumber? Please? If there was no special vein that was protecting us from catastrophes?
Enya, we need to go and tell everyone to evacuate right away. We won't even make it in time. I still have one last thing I must do. Wait, where are you going?
How are we gonna save Karag? There's a catastrophe coming. What if it just hits Caster's fleet specifically? What if it just fucks over them specifically? What if we redirect the catastrophe onto Caster's ships? Just saying. Elena, you wanna follow along behind Enya, the three of them running through the passage they came through. At the entrance of the cave, they see a familiar figure once again. They are unsure why, but in the short time they were away, the old man seems to have aged 10 years. Deserved.
I saw her and her footprints in the snow. I was an unforgivable, faithless man all along.
The elder of the Vine Bead Court falls to the ground as if all strength has been sapped from him.
I once again endured the tangling of love and pain alongside a friend, as we waited for daybreak to wash over the mountains. The road we walked was far longer than the road leading up, Carlin.
You!
The Saintess's finger traces out a shallow arc across the old man's forehead, from left to right. Her fingertip streaks across his graying brow, anointing him with unmelted snow, like how the most pious of Karag clerics would dispel spirits and make prayers for newborn babes.
I still remember her, the girl who'd ask me to teach her, even when it came to darning clothes. How the living should be saved, how order should operate. We did not know, but she was also learning from you.
He was mortal, like all of us. Humans taught her how to be human.
She watches all you do. She wishes to walk with you, whether you walk down the right path or wrong. She never meant to deny you. Her saintess has heard your confession, and in your name, absolves you of your sin of disbelief. By Karagander, you walk with her.
Unstoppable tears flow from his aged eyes. They seep into the earth like fallen snow. Peak. Cinema. Cine. Meanwhile,
I must admit, I once looked down upon you and upon Karag. That battleship behind you is the result of over a decade of painstaking nation building.
has it been a decade? Has it been 10 years since the first Karag event? My man Silver Ash is in Dilf territory. Sure.
Although I'm not entirely sure why you changed your mind on keeping your secret weapon here concealed.
I guess what Silver Ash really was hiding was the battleship. I guess it was really just that. They were hiding the battleship in the Kazimeshan mines. Also, the Kazimeshan mines were full of Orion, which they were using to build the battleship with.
You have earned my praise, Silver Ash. I thank you, Grace, for your approval. But as I see it, what is more regretful is that if Victoria were still the mighty empire it once was, you would not pay much heed to the profit you could extract from a measly speck such as Karag.
Oh! He's calling you out. He senses your desperation. Why do you want Originium so much? Surely there are other countries you could invade for their Originium. I don't think we have enough Originiums to sustain the Victorian Empire. What are you afraid of? Is it because the prime veins across Terra have been turning into Oka because of Priestess?
Who would have thought the prediction that arrogant youth gave during that one battle would become so dangerously accurate? In the end, there are none who could save Victoria from its misfortunate decline.
Ooh.
Though it is not hard to see where history's river is taking you, to change its course requires the hand of fate on your side. There is pride to be had in your foresight. I have never been scornful of your talent. In all truth, I've had my fair share of wondering how things would be now if I had kept you and Victoria back then. Would you be a general with the name of Castor? Or perhaps a famed marquis? A future where I would not have curtailed whatever achievements you acquired. Regardless of the details, it would not have been much better than the situation we find ourselves now. If this is what your Grace truly believes, then I hope there's still an opportunity to accept such an invitation. Oh, don't make that sort of joke, or I might just start expecting it. I presume you have exhausted all the words of rancor in your heart to curse my dastardly cunning. I never had any in the first place. If you lose the wager, you must pay. This is the most basic of preparations any player of this game would have made. Besides, you're simply here to retrieve the profits you are owed from many years of trade between Victoria and Karag. But no matter, I must thank you for coming here in person today to sign this agreement with me. You will be giving Karag a priceless opportunity. A priceless opportunity? Let us return to the topic at hand. You being here must mean you agree to all the contents of the pact? All contents? I'm afraid not. I must dissent with the agreement's particulars. Oh, You still wish to bargain, even at this hour? Alright then, let's hear it. Which clauses do you disagree with?
I know you intend for Castor and Kerag to start a joint mining program, so that you may partake in 40% of the extraction of Kerag's minerals, including Originium and Orion. By my reckoning, the number could be increased to 80%. Oh. Kerag has ample mineral wealth, enough for the development of both nations. Victoria will offer mining equipment and specialist training to Kerag as a means of aid, and we are more than happy to welcome the workers and technology consultants who send. However, we will, from now on, not allow a single Victorian soldier to pass our borders.
Sorry, Harold. Is that a fair exchange? Instead of 40-60 and annexation, we give them 80-20 and no annexation. Is that the best we could do, Silver Ash? Hold up.
Ah yes, the one clause regarding the distribution of mineral extraction profits between Victoria and Kerag are dictated by equal negotiations. I have my issues with that as well. Kerag shall have complete and absolute sovereignty over all resources within our borders. Victoria has no right to interfere.
Okay, there we go. Complete sovereignty over the resources. The profits we could split, but we decide. We manage the resources and the money.
In regards to Victorian aid, we give our thanks. Victoria shall enjoy preferential prices for all commodities Kerag sells her. Naturally, the aid you have offered shall be repaid in equivalent value, so Victoria must import a sufficient amount of goods from Kerag on an annual basis, the amount of which shall be also decided by Kerag.
What's Silver Ash's play? What do we have in our back pocket aside from this one battleship that we can make these demands?
Don't be like this, NC Otis. Such unreasonable demands, I'll behoove one conceding defeat.
Conceding defeat. I do not recall ever uttering such words during my time aboard the Gloriana.
Huh. Why exactly do you think I would agree with your revisions? You've lost your mind.
In faith that you will agree.
Hold up. What's your real trump card?
What in the... This is the bargaining chip I've brought with me today. I'm terribly sorry. We are of the belief that using military force to dictate a bilateral agreement is hardly reasonable. But this may be the only form of negotiation that you are willing to accept.
Hold up. The battleship wasn't the trump card. What was that? They were hiding something deeper in the mines. Who's firing at us? It's that battleship. Damn it. There's only one, but how can it have so much firepower? Wait, was it only the one battleship?
No, that's not it. It looked like the cannon fire came from the mountains.
Oh! That's what that motherfucker was hiding! That's what he was building deep in the mountains. He turned the entire mountain range into a fortress wall. Hey, yo! Victoria, get ready to taste your own medicine. We have our own aerial bombardment. I knew there was a deeper secret to whatever they were hiding in the mines. Keep them coming. Keep those hands moving.
Don't give the Victorians any chance to breathe. You there, big guy. Can't you load these shells any faster?
On it, ma'am.
You shouldn't be moving about so much, Russ. You need to mind your health. You just gave birth to twins like a week ago. Shut it.
Okay. Okay. If a MILF wants to fire cannons at the British, let the MILF fire cannons at the British. Who are we to get in her way?
Ensiotis stashed some lovely things up here in the mountains, and I finally have a golden opportunity to play with all these new toys. On my order, aim at Castor's flagship, then fire! Let them get a taste of Karagander's protection.
Oh my god. Cinema.
Madame Cirrus, the mission Sir Ensiotis entrusted us was intimidating Castor's fleet. Please keep in mind that he's still on board the Gloriana. If you don't follow the plan, I shall be forced to stop you. I know. Sheesh, can't even take a joke. These are the secrets my sister and Ensiotis have been keeping quiet about this whole time. You really are something, Wise. Victorians were scouring the mountains for Ensiotis' arsenal. They never would have expected it was right in front of their eyes. In our logistics vehicles. I can't believe she'd hide this even from me. Ratatos, next time I see you, I'm gonna... This was the most crucial mission Sir Ensiotis gave me. These weapons, their scale, their very existence, is Kerag's greatest secret. Even now, we still need to keep quiet about them. Our biggest trump card is that the Victorians have no idea how much military power we have. We need to keep Castor's judgment off balance. Nobody can really say what would happen if her fleet really did take one step forward after all. I'm well aware of the situation right now. You don't need to explain it to me bit by bit. Ratatos, this time make sure you take care of yourself.
Is this the gunboat diplomacy that you wanted to have with the Kerag people? Duke of Castor? Looks like we're in an even playing field now. Would you like a taste of mortar? Your Grace, we still have no way of confirming the artillery's whereabouts. They don't know where it is. We've informed all ships to enter defense mode.
No need for your report. All you need was that at this very moment, there are enough large-scale cannons in Mount Carlin to shred the entirety of your fleet. All your ships are within range. You think 2 shells is enough for me to believe you have the power to annihilate my fleet? B5, east, 200 meters.
The moment Ensiotis speaks, a precision shell lands by the eastern flank of the Gloriana. The blast wave lifts up the hems of the pair's clothes. They have precise targeting. We could even snipe you on this deck, apparently. Also, this man's calculating longitude, latitude off the cuff. Okay, dog. Or farming in the middle of a negotiation.
It seems there's no need for further proof.
Surely this weaponry is not the product of your own research. Are you implying that a different foreign force helped them out? Brother, who do you think? Have you forgotten who had a trade agreement with Kerag in the first place? Whose money do you think we used to make these cannons? The call is coming from inside the house. Thanks for paying for our defense bill.
Which of them have been helping you?
Gododin? Normandy? Oh, she suspects the other dukes?
Is that really such an important question right now? You may cut off Kerag's connections to our allies, but we have our ways of finding new ones. Such painstaking effort just for your opening. Merely tactics we were forced to use.
With such limited time, Kerag's military development had no choice but to pursue another specialization. Even if we were given another 10 years, I fear Kerag would still be unable to muster up a fleet that could stand against yours. So, we decided to use our strengths to our advantage. Put a bunch of cannons on the mountain range. Ha! But it seems your formidable vessels have made you forget that the battlefield is not only a clash between warships.
It's geography, baby! The mountain ranges of Kerag, if properly reinforced, makes it, technically, the most defensible country on Terra right now. Like no other country has the same geographic advantage that Kerag currently has. It's a checkmate, baby!
Kerag only means to defend ourselves, and we have no intention of robbing other nations of their coin. So compared to high-speed battleships, we went for a more suitable approach. Our mountains form a natural barrier. When lined with artillery, they serve as a natural shield, an aegis you have no hope of breaking.
And that mountain range was crafted by Karagander herself. It's technically her body. So this is, by the bar, Karagander's protection. It's so poetic. This entire event has been peak. From the political machinations to the introspection about faith. This entire event is up there with Lone Trail. Holy shit!
But when all is said and done, if you had not prematurely treated these negotiations as a surrender, you would have not fallen into such passivity. Huh. Then you are determined to open hostilities with me today? Hardly. Just as how your fleet did not come here with intent to wage war on Kerag. My goal today is simply to facilitate a discussion. I too have prepared an agreement for you. It contains various clauses on things such as tariffs between Victorian Kerag and our joint mining projects. You may look over it now. Once you have signed it, Kerag will be happy to escort you safely back to Victoria.
You think you could threaten me like this, child?
Too radical a stance at the negotiating table will only serve to betray your lack of confidence. If I call your bluff and order my ships forward, then things will get ugly. It would be an incredible shame. I had considered this possibility before I came to these songs. It's just that, if people far in the future were to discuss how Duke of Castor and some insignificant nobody died fighting each other in the snow, why, that would bring shame to the Castor name, perhaps even all Victoria. But in Kerag, if I am gone, there are countless others who will do what I would have done. They will continue developing Kerag until she has become a nation none can sneer at.
Oh, he has an ironclad will.
I know that accepting such an unfair agreement must be a difficult choice for you. I can give you half an hour, but know this. For every minute you hesitate, all energy prices mentioned in the agreement will increase just a little. A condition Victoria cannot refuse.
Oh, is Silver Ash aware? Is he aware of the Originium crisis looming onto Terra?
This is the price you must pay for trampling across our land.
Gunboat diplomacy, baby. And now, the last thing we need to do is save the Karagander faith.
There's just so much blood. Dagenbrecker?
She needs emergency treatment. Got any more bandages?
I'll go find some. Dagenbrecker, how could you get so hurt?
She held off 17 Trilby Ashers by herself. She's something, alright. The enemy's retreated for now, so my team will be taking over guarding this place from her.
But there's still so many Victorian soldiers out there. What will you do?
I'll keep going until my mission is complete.
More people are going to get hurt. Is something going on outside again?
That's the signal to retreat.
Let me reconfirm. Orders are to carry out a frontal assault on the Vinebead Court, assault the Vinebead Court and rescue the abducted Victorian citizen, and capture Ratatos, who might be carrying key military secrets of Kerag. Acknowledged.
Never mind. They're still at it. Sharp, can you show them the door to the afterlife?
All hands, load live ammunition. We stormed the court.
Oh. The others?
You. Before you is holy ground. None may enter as they please. Please leave.
You don't wish to be harmed? Then let us through. That is an order.
I was wondering what these geezers could do.
Are you refusing?
You have obeyed your orders in coming here. So too do we obey Karagander's commands, as we do the same. Let us follow our hearts and do what we must do.
What? Huh? The clerics are fighting back. The soldiers? Costume change! Enya has changed into her most solemn of clothes, treading once more onto the road that tested the Saintess. She thinks of the countless Saintesses of a millennium ago who walked this rocky path. Her every step echoes with theirs across the ages. What wishes did they carry with them when they met with Karagander of their hearts? Did any of them question the existence of their god? And did any of them receive her favor? As for her, how could she climb this mountain this first time around? It was such a long time ago. The emotions she felt has become hazy. Her memories of the time have begun to deform. Enya never thought this road could be so smooth, so friendly. As if she were taking a relaxing walk home, or preparing to go meet a dear friend, whom she had not seen in a long while. Almost there. The gray-yellow sky is covered in thick clouds. Streaked with faint lightning, the chill winds have picked up. Oh, yeah, that's right. A catastrophe's looming. I forgot. Can we direct it towards Caster? She finally reaches the summit. Enya kneels, shuts her eyes, and begins to pray.
If you can still hear my voice, if you're still the merciful Karagander who loves all men who live here, my beloved Karagander, this is the last time I ask that you hear my prayer. I've asked countless times what made Kerag Kerag, what made us the way we are. Your existence might not be the answer to this question, but it is still a small miracle, one to rejoice in. I want to believe that the things you left upon this land are blessings, not shackles. Throughout the centuries, you've accompanied our civilization as it grew, as a loving and wise teacher. And centuries from now, the people of this land will have the power to move mountains and touch the sky, yet they shall still praise your name.
What does that mean? How does this line connect to the civilization of Kirsch in Enfield on Talos 2? What is this? Hypergriff, what did you mean by this? I can't wait to get into Kirsch! They'll probably make it like a big city, like Wuling.
We will remember your kindness. We will thank you for your companionship. We will leave the cradle of your protection. I ask that you allow me to be your vicar, so that I may protect Kerag one last time. This is my final prayer.
Shine lights. Shine lights. Light shines from her palms. A gentle force calms the raging wind, stilling even the flow of time itself across this ancient land. The catastrophe clouds begin to scatter. The dread disaster about to strike the land has been subdued by some awesome might. The clouds part, showering the devout woman in a kindly radiance. The wind stops. What's going on at Ryan Labs? Oh, catastrophe alert.
A catastrophe alert? That's some good timing. We only just installed this warning device. It's already coming in handy. We need to inform the government to evacuate the people right away. Oh, no! The danger level! The alert stopped all of a sudden. But how? The steep drop in origin energy fluctuations. Are the monitors broken or by Karagander?
And that is how you restore faith. And so, have you repented for your sins properly? Will you no longer plot assassinations versus the other clans? The old man hobbles along the rugged trail, walking towards the depths of the mountains. It is where he has consigned himself to. Okay, dog, go ahead. Freeze him. Freeze in the mountains. He stops by the side of the cliff. Why do you wish to jump? Who is this?
All my life, I have lived a lie. I should have been her servant, but I deceived her, deceived myself. It was my arrogance, my impiety, that led me down this undignified, evil road. I cannot forgive myself. All I can do is end this sinful life.
Kiar!
But if this is how you go, all the snows can do is bury your body. They can't cover up your mistakes. No confession comes too late. You need only repent in your heart, and you will be reborn. You know, I can't quite recall. Karagander is what she said? As Kerag's most knowledgeable elder, there is so much she can do, right?
You.
The sky suddenly clears, the fierce sunlight dazzling in the old man's eyes. He sees the rays of light tear through the clouds. His chest, too, seems to burn.
Is this a miracle?
Just this once, Enya. From now on,
Everything really is in your hands. Her form is fading away! I could see the background through her sprite!
sorry. When the time is right, I'll come see you.
What? What is... Huh? What does that mean? Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna say, It's a hypergriff classic to leave behind an opening for bringing any character that we presume to have killed to come back. I don't know. Hypergriff doesn't roll like that. Karagander's just going off on her own journey now. Whether to honk shoe me, or just let Karag grow on its own. Whatever happens to her is not really the point. It's Karag now. They are now in control of their fate and fates. Wow, bars. This is your final warning. This operation is not targeted at Karag civilians. Please leave immediately. If you refuse to cooperate, we cannot guarantee your safety. The officer raises his blade as he gives the civilians a stern warning, but none of them budge. Barge? Words are hard. Budge! We're almost done. Soon, more and more people begin to gather. Clerics, craftsmen, herdsmen, merchants. They stand across from the soldiers by their own accord, forming a silent wall. One person squeezes out from the crowd. She raises her hands, walking between the two groups. Several operators, dressed in Rhodes Island uniforms, follow behind her. Wait. Who? One person who... Big boasting. I'm the hostage. You said that you were going to rescue. The people of Karag never abducted me. In fact, it was Victorian agents who trapped me in there, trying to destroy the evidence I have of Victorian operations in Karag. They have even harmed the people trying to protect me. All the evidence you want so badly is hidden somewhere you cannot touch. If you make any further moves, it will be immediately released to the public. I think we pass it on to Rhodes Island. If you still want to silence me, then do as you will. All these crimes you have committed on sovereign Karag land, under the banner of nobility, you will never be able to cover them up. We're not in any sort of superior civilization. We're just better at cheating and swindling. Just stop it already. This farce. You. The gloomy sky suddenly clears. As one, everyone lifts their heads. The clouds covering the heavens disperse, replaced by a rainbow, spanning the horizon. And so all cruelty and fear are wiped from the hearts of men. The sunlight dazzles the eyes as if it were advice, or perhaps deterrent. I think it was pivotal. Pivotal! Words are really hard. We are 5 hours in. We're almost done. It was pivotal that a Victorian journalist with a heart of gold is helping expose the Duke of Castor and everything that all the conspiracies that they've done within Karag. Otherwise, I think the Karag people would not have forgiven at least some Victorians. The soldiers cannot help but lay down their arms. Time is short. I'm afraid that things will not turn for the better if you delay. What is your Grace's decision? I'm suddenly reminded about something you once said. I could never imagine what sort of power a united nation might possess. Is today the day I get to experience it myself? What you see is but one minute aspect of it. If you ever have the chance to deepen your understanding of her, I believe you will be very much pleasantly surprised. Ooh! Yo! Oh, that's such a sick burn, dude. Oh. Silver Ash was like, bro, Victoria's fragmented. Between Londinium getting rehabilitated by Alexandrina and the Dukes struggling for power, he's like, I hope one day you get to experience a country that's unified. Oh shit, that's such a burn, dude.
In truth, this is a topic I only fully understood long after I left Victoria. Perhaps it can also answer the question you posed me. Why once great empires become feeble, and how poor lands can stand tall. A nation's government, its institutions, whether its leader is the Lord of Lions or the Parliament, whether saints or the clans. There are important things to consider, yes, but the crook shall forever be the people. Just as a great navigator cannot hope to lead a whole pocked flotilla forward, no leader can change the fate of a nation using solely their own strength.
You say that, yet your words do not agree with your actions. Were you not prepared to change the destiny of all Kerag with your own two hands?
It wasn't just Silver Ash, bro. It wasn't just Carland trade, bro. It was the Saintis, it was Gnosis, the three clans working together to fight off your conspiracy. Ratatos, Cirrus, Harold. Harold brought in, well, I don't know about Harold. Harold's still a fraud. He's not part of this conversation. Degenbreaker, who is a child of Kerag. The Chagata. The Elders, eventually. Eventually we got the Elders back around. The Clerics.
I believe in the people who live upon this land. People of faith. I know you have devised all sorts of means to confirm if the mysterious power of the famed Karagander truly does protect Kerag.
Nope. We no longer need that protection, man. She's gone. But her children are running now.
What you see, what blocks your way, is indeed Karagander's might.
You're the same as you ever were. Still so full of mettle, so eager to display yourself. Impressive. This little gamble of yours has managed to get the better of me, but this time, I will not let you get off easy the way I do with mediocre men. And so... Huh? What is that?
Oh. The people on deck look to the distance. They see the thick clouds layered across the sky be torn open by some divine power. They see the ancient Mount Carlin, bathed in radiance. One last gift from Kara. A little show of force. Just so we keep them wondering, is Karagander still protecting Kerag? You'll never know. Here's a little bye-bye gift. Keep him wondering, keep him doubting. It is a beautiful sight, enough to sear the hearts of the people and inspire reverence. Is it her wrath or her mercy? The word holy might never ever have come to the minds of the irreligious, but at this moment, the same thought blooms in the hearts of all. This is a pure land, one that must not be violated.
Your Grace, our intelligence indicates that this Karagander had already vanished from Kerag. But we can't confirm what's causing this phenomena in the sky. What should we do, Your Grace?
Keep him wondering. Never let up the secret. Karagander has moved on. Her children can protect themselves. But the Victorians don't know that.
I had wanted to see this gamble through. But unfortunately, they have added one last weight to the balance, and we cannot stop the scales of victory from pointing their way. What more can we even do? Sound the retreat.
tuck your tail by your ass and leave. Bye-bye, Victorians. Bye-bye. Now that we've dealt with that. Oh my god. That was cinema. One last epilogue. OS-ST-4. Arrival. Whispers and fragments of finality. A single boat that escaped the flood that sweeps all. Good luck, Hera. What? Huh? Arrival. Whose arrival? What was the UFO that pierced through the star pod?
Saintess. The clerics who followed the sinner Adso in betraying the Vine Bead Court have all pled guilty. They are currently being kept in another one of our estates, awaiting your judgment. How do you intend to punish them, Great Saintess?
The Great Hall is deserted. The seats lie bare, even though they are full most days. Only a single young cleric sits by her, awaiting her word with a bowed head.
I've heard enough of what happened during the unrest. They were led astray by Adso and did much wrong. But I believe their hearts were always focused on defending Kerag. Them stepping forward to confront the intruders is atonement enough. There's no moral nor logical reason to sentence them to a heavy punishment. Have them go about the lands of the three clans. It is their duty to help the people complete their winter's farm work. They are also to examine themselves and ask how the scriptures they recite every day can be put into practice. Once spring comes, they may return to the court.
Yes, Your Holiness.
Is there anything else?
Great Saintess, if I may be so bold to ask you for guidance. During your pilgrimage, did you hear Karagander's will?
Why do you ask? Have you forgotten that we should not demand she show herself?
The cleric lowers his head even further, hesitantly speaking further. Well, this is how we're keeping up the faith. Don't rely on Karagander so much. She's gone off on a vacation. Don't bother her. We can take care of ourselves.
The people believe that when the Victorians invaded, she worked another miracle and scared them into retreating. I don't know why, but I feel like it was more of a wave goodbye. I think maybe around the time that catastrophe happened, Karagander had already left us. If you wish to punish me for my impiety, Saintess, I will also...
Matthew? You're Matthew, correct? Can you tell me why you decided to join the court?
When I was younger, my parents had 5 children to feed, and our fields were not up to the task. They decided to send me, the youngest, to the court. They would save on having to feed one more mouth, and I would be fed by the court as well. I studied hard, of course. I've been carefully reciting the Karagander these past few years, studying all of her teachings. But I have seen Kerag change a lot since then. There are too many things I have never heard of, things that are not even the Karagander can explain.
It's okay. We could walk to the future together, brother. You do not need to be afraid by technological and societal advancement. We will not leave you behind. We have learned that lesson from Elder Adso.
I had thought that as long as we had enough to eat and a roof over our heads to keep out the wind and snow, we would live out our days in happiness. But why is it now that we have those things, we become more lost? Saintess, could it be that the people of Kerag have strayed from too far from the road that she has shown us? Which led Karagander to leave us?
When has Karagander ever shown her people one specific road to follow? When the first peoples came to these mountains, using their picks to split the frozen ground and their axes to hew trees for homes, they could never have imagined that today, the people of this land have fixed their gazes beyond the stars.
Wait. Huh? There are multiple meanings to this line. First meaning, the observation station from Rhine Lab. Second meaning, that the children of Kerag would be moving so much forward that we might see their involvement somewhere later along the line in Kirsch.
But equally, Karaganders never promised us a land of purity, eternally free from disaster. We will face even greater dangers, seeking our way through all kinds of trials. Until one day, we arrive before her, and we ask her our questions about ourselves.
But, Your Holiness, Karagander is our greatest sage, our teacher, our leader. Does she truly have no commands for her people?
It is not a command per se, but consider for a moment the most important wisdom Karagander gave us has already been written in the scripture long ago, has it not?
Remember the path you walked. Let not yourself forget. Fear the blizzard that has yet to come, and let yourself not be arrogant. Touch your bows and arrows, pickaxes and hoes tight, and let not yourself be careless. Love your brothers and sisters, love your neighbors and friends, and love the rocks and hills, the grass and trees, as you would love your own siblings. Heed these words, and no calamity shall prevail over you, and your home and your hearth will be safe forevermore. He already left us her words. Guiding words that she wants her children to go by. What the fuck was that UFO? Hello? What does arrival mean? Why is this chapter called Arrival? Who has arrived on Terra? Please. I'm a fucking freak out if it's the presence.
Still busy, Elena? Director Silence? I heard you're still handling the observation data from before. Hope I'm not disturbing you. I'm recalculating my models using the data I got from Mount Carlin. If all goes well, we should be able to get the precise location of where that extraterrestrial object fell on Kerag. It beats running across the mountains looking for it.
Okay. Addressing the elephant in the room?
This is a major discovery, and all thanks to your courage and determination. You've done well, Elena. You don't need to praise me for doing my job, Director. It's kinda embarrassing. Oh right, I haven't heard anything new about Carolyn.
Bro, she just absconded from the plot. She got exfiltrated by the CIA. What is Maxwell planning? What's that bird planning?
We still haven't managed to find her, but our investigation over the last few days found a lot of definitive proof that she was in Kerag as a spy. I'm sorry, but you have to admit, those accusations against her were true. I remember the time I worked with her, her face whenever she talked about the sky. I don't think you could fake that sort of passion. I don't understand why she would... Ideals, future, are beautiful words, weightless and romantic, without form and substance. But the people who are the vectors of those concepts, they are still weighed down by the gravity of reality. I hope that one day, you'll have the chance to ask her yourself. I almost forgot. I read your report. Coronation academics could never get past the theoretical stage when discussing Arknights, since they never found any real proof of them. Most people write those creatures off as mystical mumbo-jumbo. But now you managed to find actual Arknight biosignatures in Kerag. These incredibly rare observation data might even lead to a massive breakthrough.
Oh, everyone is so behind on Arknight research compared to Yan. They're still at the, can we prove they're real point of research? Yan hunted them down! And they're causing an uproar. Well, Ya is. The Bestial Sui is. Alive Until Sunset is just touring around because they're afraid of going back into the sea because of the Seaborn. Let them live life.
It will be a significant step forward for you to be the one to publish this discovery. Thanks, Director. But I don't really have plans to publish it at the moment. Oh? Is there something else you're worried about? Forget it. Leaving aside the fact that this was a complete coincidence and I only stumbled across this stuff with the help of 2 friends, I haven't discovered anything amazing at all. Besides, our current understanding of Fahrenheits can barely even be considered superficial. I can't imagine publishing this would bring about anything except even more headache for Kerag.
Oh. She wants to protect the peace of Kerag so that foreign researchers don't just flood in and disturb the peace.
If a thirst for knowledge is a scientist's greatest friend, then the thirst for quick results is their greatest enemy. Eagerness for success, eagerness for leaving behind your name in the books, even eagerness for an answer. Something to prove you're on the right track. But I won't rush things this time. I'm not in a hurry to prove myself to anyone. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. The people of the past made lots of mistakes as they explored Terra. Why do I need to try and be a wise woman who hasn't made any? I've still got plenty of time. Before I head off, I need to recognize that I don't know a thing about Terra.
We broke her Reddit atheism! But still, Fahrenheits aren't gods in the first place. They're mortal. They're also a touring band.
An impressive outlook. I respect your choice. Ah, shucks, I'm not impressive at all. Honestly, I just want more time to make sure this survey is the best it can be. This way, I won't make a fool of myself publishing a half-baked paper. Oh, the calculations are done. Got it. We'll find it at...
What? The UFO? The arrival of the UFO? Homotron 3000, get out of my face! Show me the UFO!
Is he still not back yet? I thought you still had some recuperating to do before you could get out of bed. No need to worry about me. You don't know a thing about a warrior's mettle. It seems he had his way in the end.
The two of them look around. The vast office feels more spacious than ever. Much of its former decor have been moved out. Their conversation echoes slightly in the empty space.
Hardly the first time. I was curious to see how he planned to clean up this mess he left behind. But it seems the plan was to just dump it all on you.
Congratulations, Gnosis! You're the new CEO of Carlin Trade. Meanwhile, Silver Ash is in charge of the military.
Sounds like you have your complaints about him as well. You believe me if I said I'm fighting on your behalf? Never actually expected him to return. It's the same story every time. He always has his ways of getting everyone to do whatever he wants, whether they're his enemies, friends, or family. Never caring what others think, always making his own schemes, giving tasks nobody wants to do to people around him, then shouldering the hardest part himself. You're the last one still putting in a good word for him. In moments like these, I can only understand Enyan Encia's urge to slam his head against the ground. Alright, enough grumbling now. Moving on then. There's only one set of shoulders the heavy responsibility of handling Carlin Trade can fall onto now. Do your best, Chairman Edelweiss. I wish you the very best in your new position. I thank you for your kindness. But I am currently considering creating a special position for the Black Knight. Director of Public Relations, or perhaps maybe a brand ambassador. Things like that. Just know that it won't be light work. Alright, defeat me and I'll take your job. Right here, right now. I forfeit. Nothing you can do about it then. Take care now, Chairman Gnosis. Wait, Degenbrecker. Are you going to leave? I know not everything happening right now is as he promised. Making Kerag big enough for the both of us. That's what he said. While the stage he set for us is hardly small, what he asks us to do is not as we first intended. So if you're feeling wary of all of this, time flies. I've been working for him for a while now, and now that I think about it, enjoying myself? Hardly. Feeling wary? I would not go that far. But there was one thing off about your little speech. The ones standing in this room are not Ensiodis' subordinates or attendants, and are certainly not cubs that need his care. We were never waiting for him to create something for us, nor were we waiting for something in exchange from him. We each walk our own roads, roads that just happen to go the same way for a while. So if there's anything you recall you really can't get done without me, come find me. Huh. But there's one thing I cannot compromise on. No promotion ceremonies. Friendly, polite man. So, we finally get the chance to meet Mr. Silverash. Who? Okay, a couple theories on who this could be. Wellington? Not Harold. We already know Harold. Who else could it be? Someone from Colombia? A different head of state? Max? Maylander? Someone from Maylander? Max! Called it! So, you little feathery bitch. What have you been plotting? In the background? You're the only one who got out of this unscathed. You exfiltrated your spy. You got your confirmation that... I don't know if that's what you needed specifically. I don't know. Confirmation about Karagander no longer protecting Karag? Is that it? Is that all you wanted? Or is it information on fairness? What are you doing here, Mr. President?
I'm truly honored to receive you in person. I hope your trip to the Snow Realm has been smooth so far. Smoother than silk. Aside from my secretary banning me from skiing, that one's a mighty shame.
Hey, Max. Why are you letting your vice president talk for you? We want to talk to the bird. Speak up.
First of all, I'd like to thank you. When I was talking with our scientists, they all gave rave reviews when it came to Karlan trade, providing them a safe working environment in Karag. Whether it's making sure the observation station was supplied during the catastrophe, or protecting the scientists during the unrest, Karag has shown the responsibility a modern civilization should have.
This fucking bird is still not being straight with Silverash. He's still letting his handler talk to him. Silverash, the real president of Colombia is on the shoulder. He's a beast lord.
Ryan Lab's preliminary work in Karag is going smoothly, and you and your team deserve some recognition.
What are you and the Maylander Foundation up to, man? You exfiltrated Carolyn. Grabbed whatever research that she smuggled out. You're up to something.
Lone Trail 2 Electric Boogaloo. We were merely doing our jobs. I hope that this will make you believe just how much our cooperation with Colombia means to us. Karag has made our preparations. We will do all we can so that when the next terror-shaking wave strikes, we can seize the opportunity.
Brother, you raise the flag. That wave is slowly rippling across the land, bro. priestess. Priestess is turning the veins into Oka, bro.
Future. It's a word that really captivates people. From a certain point of view, Colombia and Kerag are both young nations. I believe there are times that youth isn't that such bad of a thing. Because it's the young that have the courage and energy to embrace the future one step ahead of the others. Alright, on my way to Kerag, I heard about a little incident that really surprised me. I hear your Kerag had a little friction with Victoria's Duke of Castor a few days ago. So I want to ask, do you think Victoria is a credible threat to Kerag, or to the safety of Rhinelab? Please believe me when I say that Colombia is willing and able to work alongside Kerag to preserve the international order among the core nations.
Ooh. We're building allies. With Colombia of all things? I guess. We already have a cooperation agreement with Kazimesh, but we don't know how deep that goes.
If you're interested, I thank you for your kindness, Mr. Vice President. Victoria is our neighbor, and they have always kept a close watch on Kerag's development. At this point, they are the same as Colombia. Oh, I hope that's not meant to be criticism.
That's sly of Silver Ash just sliding in that Mr. Vice President. He knows.
Since competition and friction are unavoidable, Kerag has no intention of complicating such matters. What I hope for more is to be able to have an open and sincere dialogue between us.
Which means the bird better start talking.
This ancient land of Kerag still has many mysteries that urgently need resolving. We must keep in mind that this is the very reason we're seeking cooperation. History and religion, ancient mysteries full of charm. One of the rumors I heard said the Duke called the retreat because she saw Kerag's protector god, Karagander, work a miracle at a pivotal moment. The Duke of Castor is a shrewd politician. Mere miracle would not sway her, I'm afraid.
Oh wait, no, this is Enciotis.
Duke of Castor is a shrewd politician. A mere miracle would not sway her, I'm afraid. It is simply that she realized that if she wanted to achieve her political goals in Kerag, she would have to pay a much higher price than she anticipated. This is why she abandoned the idea of making us her foe. Brilliant gambit, I must say, but in the eyes of others, this is also a signal
Of military might, Kerag has the ability to defend its sovereignty.
within the landscape of the core nations. A new state has risen, and Kerag stands ready for the next round of competition, which will be crueler than ever. Do you think this is what you intended? Rather than saying this is any one person's desire, I would rather say it is the inevitable outcome. Terra not give Kerag the time we need to develop, and since competition and conflict are unavoidable, showing our neighbors our determination is not necessarily bad. It will let them know that Kerag will not give up the chase simply because we have lagged behind for a moment, nor will we lose the heart in defending our interests because of a lack of military power. Through competition, advanced development, amidst conflict, seek peace. This is Kerag's choice. You sure are something, Mr. Silverash. You're like a seasoned statesman when it comes to all sorts of things. Might be a bit bold, but would you mind one last question? You've resigned your position as chairman of Carlin Shrade, and you've maintained the legitimacy of the Vinebead Court in Kerag. What would you say your role in the country is?
He said he was the sole authority of Kerag. I don't know how you interpret that as any less than king.
A determined, proactive reformer, or powerful warlord who may be the true power behind Kerag behind Kerag hidden in the shadows?
I'm afraid this is not a question that I can answer you, Mr. Vice President. When people in the distant future discuss this period of history, see if they still remember the Silver Ash name.
Okay, putting a note on it. Whenever we reach Kirsch in Enfield, look around for Silver Ash Easter eggs.
I hope they will see the name as one of the countless stones forming the foundation of Kerag's ascent into the coming era.
Also, the disrespect. President Maxwell did not utter a single word. You could tell from an onset, if you know nothing about Colombian politics, it just looks like two politicians talking to each other, discussing current affairs. It was not a balanced exchange. Colombia still did not treat Enciotes and Kerag on equal terms in that exchange of a scene. Because Maxwell, the actual president, was not talking. It was Vice President talking to Silver Ash. There's still that. It's cinema. It's cinema. The framing of that whole exchange. With Maxwell just listening on the shoulder. The manse is deserted. All is arranged as it was, yet shines as if new. Standing here once more brings only the sense of a lifetime having passed by.
Master? Returned? I have. Are my sisters not here? The young mistresses were unaware that you would be returning today. If I had known, I would have asked them to stay. How long has it been since you last had a meal together? No need to trouble yourself. There will always be time later. I think I shall take a little break today. It has been a long while since my last. And I'm afraid I shall have to trouble you with another matter. As so it happens, you have just received a telephone call. Is it a telephone or one of those long-distance information transfer? One of those newfangled Colombian toys? Will you be receiving it now? Connect me.
Who? From who?
Ah, yes. I thought it might be you. All is well here, thanks to your aid with the prior matter. It was of highest importance to Kerag. A victory. I don't believe we should call it that. Our patients set up and long-term build-up are receiving the outcome they deserve. Nothing more. Save your suspense over victory or defeat for the next time we meet across the board.
What? Silver Ash had a liaison in Colombia? Whoa! No! I said I was gonna freak out. I didn't actually expect this. Okay, first of all, the Colombian liaison that Silver Ash had, did that have anything to do with the Maylander Foundation exfiltrating Carolyn? And secondly, is that the motherfucking presence? Have they arrived on Terra?
Surface temperature, 17.8 degrees. Stable.
Is this Lone Trail music?
Radioactivity index, 97.5. Stable.
All indices within safe limits. Target is stable. Proceeding with sampling.
By Karagander, this really is something that fell from outer space. Didn't think we'd get to see it for ourselves.
The Karagander indeed. Our Kerag's been changing a little too fast, I feel like.
Hello? Elena, can you hear me? How are you doing in there? Hunky dory? I don't feel too great, honestly. New model of power armor is still not too used to it.
everything's gone dark in here. I think I might have hit a power switch or something by accident. Oh, wait. It's you, Director Mulesies. Oh, wait, no, it's Elena? There's Elena? Oh, it's Elena. Everything's gone dark in here. I think I might have hit a power switch or something by accident. Wait, it's you, Director Mulesies. You're blocking the camera. Oopsie, sorry. Look, there's no need to be so nervous. Most of our armor's functions are automated. Just imagine you're wearing a nice thick hazmat suit.
Are they conducting research on this UFO using the hazmat suits that Dorothy created through the transmitter? Yeah, they are, I think. Oh my god, it's Lone Trail 2!
Also, Nasti promised me this model has 100% reliable emergency eject function. It'll shoot you out to safety the moment it smells trouble.
Okay, they're not controlling this remotely through the transmitter. They're just in the power suits.
It'll shoot me out? What if I go too high or something? No, this is really not the time to worry about that. Seriously, relax a little. This is your career's biggest moment. You should be enjoying it.
Okay, what is the presence? Is it if Elena is here, that means, is the presence a form of Ferrymet? But every time we've seen the presence in previous chapters, previous events, they act like Mulesies. Even the presence that we saw in the distant past on intergalactic Rhodes Island, they were acting like... How does that make sense? My mind is spinning. It's Lone Trail 2! Is this how the presence comes into contact with Mulesies and adapts her gestures?
Alrighty then. Are you ready? I've gotten this far. Alright, let's do this.
Deep within the mountains hides a clearly rarely set foot in by man. The mysterious object that fell from the heavens lies in the center of the clearing. Surrounding it are countless probes and sensors, like some ancient altar. It's not... I swear, dog, if it jumps out and says hi at us with a salute, I'm gonna lose my mind. Elena slowly moves the power armor forwards. She can sense countless eyes boring holes into her even through her cockpit. Everyone awaits this historic first contact. The irregular indigo object is right in front of her. Elena takes a few deep breaths, then slowly stretches out her hands. The robotic arms make contact with it. There is no explosion or flash of light or unexpected activity. It is like an ordinary handshake, as gentle as a snowflake falling to the ground. I thought it would be that. I thought they were just gonna leave it as a cliffhanger. We've got the preliminary analysis of the sample, Chief Urbica.
What's it say?
The results are really surprising. We have no idea what 70% of its composition is. It's not any sort of material known to man. But it seems like its structure has been severely damaged. Structure. As for the remaining 30%, we're sure that there is fundamentally no difference between its main component and somatic cells of Terra's elves. No! The presence! The presence has the biology of Mulesies and the elves. Is it just an elvish thing to be hunky-dory and to salute other people? Is that it? Oh my god, this has been teased since chapter... It's been teased since... Fuck, I forgot the name of it. Whatever, dog. It's been teased since the presence was introduced.
Did you say elves? But why would elves come from outer space?
Mulesies? Are you alien? Well, I mean, you're not the only one technically. every other race on Terra is technically alien to Terra aside from the Tikaz. Why would we... At least now we get some confirmation that maybe elves are also not native.
It might be completely unimaginable, but based on what we've seen from the sample, the conclusion is clear.
If we're sure that this part of it is just like an elf, then wouldn't the damage to its structure mean that it ran into some sort of danger before it fell? So this is the meteorite you were looking for. Saintus, what are you doing here? Shh, not too loud. I snuck out of the court. I could hardly miss the chance to see our guest from beyond the sky up close. It seems rather more dangerous than I imagined. Unknown objects always have a certain amount of danger. Its fall onto Kierag, was it pure coincidence or some sort of unexpected factor? Or to put it another way, what sort of causal relationship does it have with Karagander's dormancy?
What? Is it connected?
Right now we don't even know where to start with our research. The life of a scientist is bitter work indeed. Oh, what is this screen for? That's the sonographic imager. Based on our observations, this unknown object is constantly sending out a type of infrasonic wave.
Is it trying to talk to us?
It's very regular, always repeating the same frequency band. How curious. If it weren't for your explanation, I would have thought it was some sort of writing. Writing? The shape of this frequency closely resembles ancient Kiragi symbols that were used to transmit information.
Wait. What?
It's very simple. With an extremely limited vocabulary, it's mostly carved on rocks or trees to inform your friends of the prey's location or the movements of a fierce beast, that sort of information.
Wait, slow down. You mean like the same runes from IS-4? The same runes that they use in Sammy? Considering that maybe Rathatos' clan might have come from Sammy, did they also bring over the runic language that they use there? Oh my god. Oh, my brain is expanding. I'm connecting all the plot lines. What? The exact runes that they use in Sammy to carve on trees. IS-4 runes, Sammy runes.
The similarities are striking now that I think more about it. Enya, can you read this language? Can you translate it?
Or maybe I'm just coping. Maybe this is just entirely cope.
Only somewhat. If you want to decipher it, I'll have to go back to the Hall of Writings to find memory and symbols.
Memory and symbols. Isn't that the name of one of the nodes in IS-4? Ah, fuck, it's been a long time.
I've got it here. Huh? When I snuck into the Vine Bead Court, I scanned all the books they let you borrow the whole way through with my terminal. Just in case. Ah, here. I didn't think you would. I'm begging you, Enya, please. Alright, I'll give it a try.
What is it saying? This elf from outer space. Enya takes a terminal from Elena, and with some guidance, she finds the relevant text. She looks at the diagrams in the ancient tome, writing out her translation in the snow with her finger. Destruction has arrived. That's what they mean about arrival. What? Oh. What does that mean? Is the presence referring to itself as the destruction? Is it a herald of the destruction? Does it mean Priestess has arrived? Is it trying to warn the other nations who are currently oblivious of what Priestess is currently doing? Is it referring to Hierda? Or whatever Priestess and Oracle were fearing? Destruction has arrived on Terra. And it's been heralded by the presence. For fuck's sake. It's an elf. The presence is an elf. The elves came from outer space. That's why it has the same gestures as Mulesys, who's our one lasting elf on Terra so far. There's still... We're not gonna get into that. We'll get into that when it becomes relevant. But so far, okay. That entire event was cinema. I think it is up there alongside Lone Trail and Babel as the best written events in all of Arknights. Hands down, the way politics and faith weaved interconnectedly with the plot, cinema. 10 out of 10. One of the top storylines of all time in Arknights. And it's just a beginning. We're going back to Lone Trail 2, Electric Boogaloo. Holy shit. Wow. Not much to say after that. I'm kind of speechless. Anyway, that'll be that for our story reading of Retracing Our Steps. Thank you to everyone that stopped by, chilled out in chat, and watched us read through the entire event. Next weekend, what is next weekend? What's happening next weekend? Not much new in Arknights, story-wise. Maybe we could play Enfield, maybe I could resub to FF14. I don't know. But anyway, that'll be that for now. Thank you to everyone to stop by. Once again, my name is Nez, and thanks for watching. We'll see you friendos next time. Bye-bye.